T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
It's what I live for. Falling on top of my head. Caught in a landslide. Part of me just dies. Peeling me out of my skin. Caught in a landslide. 'cause no one hears at all. This is what I live for. 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 I'll never look back over my shoulder again. It's what I live for.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Okay, so funny story. My wife and I went to go see Blue October, that was a Blue October song right there. This is what I live for, and we're standing in line after the show because Justin Furstenfeld, the lead singer of the group, said that he would sign merch, and my wife has been a big, long-time fan for many years of Blue October, and she's like, I want to stand in line and get the autograph, and I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So we're standing in line to get our autographs and everything, and I knew it was important for her, so I let her get in front of me, and I was like, how about you get him to sign a shirt, and then I'll have him sign a stub, the ticket to get into the place, and then we'll call it a night. And so she gets up there, does her whole spiel, and I get up there. As I'm walking up to go up there, he's giving me this look. He's looking at me like he knows me or something. Like he's got this like look in his eye, like he's like trying to figure out who I am, but he can't really figure it out. Like he can't quite place it or something. He knows me from somewhere, and he's just giving me this look. And I just hand him the ticket to get in the place, and he starts signing it. And I take it back, and I turn around. I start to walk away. I get about two big steps away, and he goes, whoa, wait up. Can I touch the beard? My back's completely turned to him at this point, right? And it kind of the comment goes through my head in this instant. I stop, I pause in my tracks, and I go, why the heck not? So I spin around, I walk back over, and he just touched it and goes, oh, that's nice. And so I walked off. It was the beard has been touched. So I'm just gonna tell you guys, the beard has been touched. It's been blessed. It was the weirdest thing ever, but it was cool. It was funny. Everybody laughed. Thought it was funny too. I don't know why I was getting the look, but I was getting it. I think I think he thought he knew me from someplace. I don't know. Let's see here. Wow, look at that on Neep, huh? Not too shabby looking. Up 9.88% in the pre-market. I do want to note here that you see that white line that it's kind of respecting right there for the most part. It is the bottom side of the support line that we were trending on ever since the start of trading on Friday. So that line has been holding as a line of support as this price has been melting upwards. I'm gonna get rid of the the wedge that we had drawn out here. I'm having like major computer lag today, guys. I was supposed to reboot the computer this weekend, and I didn't get around to it. So I know what I'll be doing tonight. Uh, if something should happen today at some point where it becomes unusable, I'll probably have to shut the stream down for for a while, for about a half hour to 45 minutes. I could do it on like my first break or something like that, but it usually takes me about 30 to 45 minutes to get everything set back up again, the way that I need to. So anyways, Salty Dog says his breakfast crayon for the morning is green. Nice. I'm sure it has something to do with the color of the stock. American Trader says "Hate Me" is one of my favorite songs by Blue October. It's a good song. It's probably one of the ones where I think most people kind of found the group, so to speak, probably through that song. It was one of their, I think, probably one of their first really big hits. Hayden says TWE's last video gave me a warm and fuzzy about our future trends. That's good. Point Break, don't be jealous. I don't know why you can't grow a beard, but I've always said the same thing too, and here I have a beard, so maybe when you get old enough, like me, you'll be able to. I don't know. Good morning, Dana. Lose boobs. Good morning. No. Justin did not have a beard. However, I think he did in the past. So he must have, maybe he's missing it. That could be. Oh, you're 57? I don't know, Point Break Thor. I honestly didn't think I could grow a beard either until I started growing this one, and it's happened. It works. Just have to let it go. Warrants for Highcroft Mining delisted today. Okay. Where did you find that information? Tim says I got stung in the forehead by a yellow jacket this weekend. The forehead, man. Come on, you gotta swipe those things away. Jathan, good morning to you. We got about a minute left here. I haven't even looked on Weeble. You saw that. Okay, hold on a second here. Let's see here. Let's go to news. I don't see it listed under news. The last thing that was the last news article on here shows up on 10/4. Don't. I'm not seeing anything on here that says that about the warrants being delisted, but I mean, I don't know what it is you're looking at either, though. So okay, yep, HYMCZ got delisted. That is correct. My bad. I didn't understand what you were saying. I wonder how long. Let me go back to that real quick here. Just want to check something real fast. See how long it was like that for. How long it was underneath. So as far back as March of 2017, the warrants have never been listed over $1, as far as I can tell. Oh, no, that's not true. Here we go. We got 1.09 on 12/17 of 2020. So basically, after almost 2 years, of being not being over $1, it finally got delisted. So for anybody who's curious, how long it takes for something to get delisted for, that was the last time it was over $1, was 12/17 of 2020, almost 2 years ago. Yeah, you can't stay underneath a buck for too long. After a while, it does. After a while, it does get delisted. Salty Dog says, after we moon, when you cut your beard, you need to save it and send it to the Smithsonian for posterity. I don't know about that. That might be going a little too far. But yeah, no. Nope, I haven't talked about it Lake FX, and it's a non-issue. That whole so first off, in order for them to amend an 8K like that, they have to put an amendment in. So it didn't just magically change overnight. And then the other thing too is that anytime any company ever merges or has some kind of buyout or something like that, your stocks always merge. So and then everybody who's in the company that's the acquisition company, that's going to be the lower of the two, the one that's not going to continue to be called the same thing, and the investors get paid out, and they don't get just paid out based off of whatever share price is at the time they get bought out. So it ends up, it ends up being a portion of whatever the buying or merging company is. So it's a non-issue. Whatever they're trying to talk about in regards to their, it's more or less just boilerplate information that goes in there in case some merger type thing happens with the company. So I'm not worried about it one bit, and it's a non-issue. And there's no way that it was added after the fact. It had to been in there from the get-go. They cannot just go back in and modify an 8K filing like that without some kind of amendment. Z Wade says, I like Casey and all, but I do not want my tax dollars preserving a beard that he hates. I know, right? That's what I was going to say. The people pushing delisting on HYMC, it takes a lot of time. It does. I actually just saw Pantheon actually kind of notified me last night about that. I hadn't even seen anything about it or heard anything about it, and then it just kind of like appeared out of nowhere. First person that I see posting it was this biotech moose, and I'm just telling you right now, like, I mean, just listen to the words on this. This, I'm sure you guys have been around long enough to know that when a merger happens between two companies, an acquisition occurs, and it says right here, in the event of consolidation, merger, or conversion of the AMC with or into another company by a reorganization event, both preferred Ape and common shares AMC will immediately be converted into cash or stock equivalent in the new company before the reorganization event date, right? So you're basically going to get whatever the new. So I'm just going to throw a company name out there because I know that people have talked about this in the past. Let's say Disney were to buy out or have some kind of merger with AMC. You would now suddenly have stock that would be worth or cashed out and be worth the acquisition amount of what Disney's being going rate is or whatever, something along those lines. You essentially will get you'll get paid out. You're not going to get some kind of like crap deal out of it. You're not going to get paid whatever the going price is. This is all very normal stuff. This is what happens all the time when companies have acquisitions or mergers of some sort or another, and it's really just kind of very standard information. And this is literally somebody is just like going into an 8K, finally reading it and going like, oh my gosh, I've never heard of this before. And I'm gonna, this sounds like a major deal, like we need to blow this up, and it's like, no, no, this is very common, not a big deal. That's what happens when companies take over companies and they merge. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. It's 6:27. We got enough time here to take a look at everything and see what it looks like. Let me log into my broker. Before I get into this, I got to clean the glasses off. It's that time in the morning, so I don't have to strain all day long. It was funny though, the way that Justin was looking at me, it was almost as if I started to think to myself, like, does he? I wonder, because he lives in San Marcos, I think, and I'm like, I wonder if he watches YouTube. does he recognize me from YouTube? Maybe he's an ape. Kind of made me. The thought started going through my head. I was like, what are the possibilities? You never know. Believe it or not, I actually have. There has been some high-profile figures that have followed me that I don't talk about, but do know. They sometimes I'll reach out to them not knowing, and it's kind of like a hidden account that they don't advertise to people, and they'll be like, I'm so and so, and I'll go look them up, and I'll be like, oh, you're somebody. I, I don't, maybe like a small time actor or singer, or you never know. There's all kinds of people, and all people equal, man. And I don't bother them again after that. It's just kind of like, okay, cool, thanks, good to know. But you never know. He may be an ape. Let's take a look at our numbers here. I'm gonna go ahead and log into my broker, and remember, guys, two-factor authentication. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back on the screen. But on two-factor authentication, you never know. It may come in handy. It'll help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And when you're setting it up, make sure you set it up with a secondary phone number in case something happens to your primary. You can always just send the code someplace else and not get locked out of your account. Alrighty, I'm logged in. Dana says, Casey, since Trey's out, maybe you could score Adam Aron on the show. I don't. I'm not looking to. That sounds so wrong. And I just came over here and I just saw that just real quick. Tell me it's Keanu Reeves. Savvy says no. I'm not talking, but let's see here. It's in regards to like Adam Aron. I think he likes the relationship that he has with the YouTube community as it stands, where he just tweets out stuff, and I think he probably would rather just leave it that way. Combined price. Oh, let's see who our price prediction tally mark goes to here. First off, the combined price of AMC and Ape. Let me get out my calculator here. We had 2.67 on Ape and 6.49. The grand total was $9.16. I think Eric's going to walk away with the win on this one here. I think everybody gets a price. Yep, everybody gets a price tally for Friday. It's going to come down to Monty and Eric. Let me just figure out who got the closer price here. Monty had 765 as his low. Nope, he's right on the money. $1.50. Monty is the winner. Pretty sure. Yeah. Monty's going to be the winner on this one. 915 was the targeted price point for Monty, because 765 plus $1.50 is 915, and we closed in at 916. So Monty's going to win 2 weeks in a row now. So let's give everybody their tally points, and congratulations to Monty on 2 weeks in a row. He gets the extra bonus point for the tie. But I do want to give everybody else credit for having a perfect week. The team did good. Short exempt volume on Friday for AMC was 185.5 thousand shares. Let's see what it was for Ape. Ape had 241.8 thousand. 241.8. Ape starting to increase in that short exempt volume. Let's take a look. Prices increased by, let's see, AMC was up 2.2%, and Ape was up 9.88%. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to call that 2 out of 3. It's 2 out of 3 for Ape, so I'm going to call it 2 of 3. 2 of 3 for Ape, and we're going to change the color real quick here on Ape, just to kind of signify that it's getting close to hitting on this one here. Hoy vey. My poor computer's like, I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. It's just like Chekhov over here. Was it Chekhov? I can't remember if it was Chekhov or not that said that, but that's what my computer looks like right now. Let's see. Let's refresh Vortex and see what we got for the data here. For utilization, I'm showing 100%. Let me verify the date to make sure that this has been updated. October 21st is correct. We have 100% utilization for AMC. That puts us at 179 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. That is going to put oh, yep. My computer's telling me I need all kinds of reboots right now. It's like you're well beyond. That's gonna probably put the utilization up on I was gonna say for Ape, and it did. We have utilization at 70.26. Not the utilization being 100% on the other one, but the fact that we were up in price, and I would imagine that since the short exempt volume was higher, we would see higher utilization. It appears we do have higher utilization on Ape. It's at 70.26. Off exchange final numbers. Uh-oh. Off exchange final numbers for the day on Friday. Let's take a look at that. What do we got going on here? There were low numbers on Friday. 49.93% of our volume going through the off exchanges for AMC, and EDGX had 8.62. The grand total on that was 58.55%. A normal day for us is about 64%. So we're looking at 5.5% less volume going through those those exchanges than normal. And CHX had 69,723 shares, guys, on AMC. That's big news. That is a large number. A normal 30-day average for us, and I know you can't see it on your screen, but I'm looking at it. A normal day average for us is 0.29% of the total amount of volume going through that exchange, and it was increased to 0.47. So we do tend to start seeing movements upwards in price when we see large amounts of volume going through CHX. It looks like 4 settlements usually. Taking a look at Ape. Final numbers for the day on Ape. We have off exchange at 53.59 and EDGX at 8.18. 61.77 is the combined total. Again, that's low by a couple percent. And what do we got here for CHX? CHX is showing 19,448 shares. Not a percentage of volume, it wasn't very high, but 20,000 shares is kind of significant. There was elevated volume on Ape from Friday. Actually, let's just take a look at that real quick here. What was the final volume numbers? Way more than I think I was I had predicted 5 to 25 million, and Ape ended up having 29 million in volume for the day that day. Also on AMC, AMC showed up with 14.8 million shares traded. Was that the second day now that Ape traded more volume? It is 2 days now. 2 days in a row, Ape traded more volume than AMC. Institutional ownership. Let's take a look at that and see where we're at there. 153.876, dropping to 149.994. So this is good. And I personally want to see institutions selling their shares. That's the dirty work that needs to be done. I want them to sell, not us. 149.944 million. That's from 153, I think is what I just said a second ago. 153.876. So we're looking at like 4 million that they sold off. One second. Of course, remember this is delayed reporting, so that happened probably a while ago, a month or two ago. And let's see here, what's next? Taking a look at, we're going to go straight to options and skip over Ortex, and we'll come back and look at Ortex here in a minute. We don't have any options for AMC1 that are going to be expiring this week, so we'll only be looking at AMC options. The next expiration date for AMC1 is going to be December 16th. There are no November expirations. But taking a look at AMC open interest that we have for this week, highest amount of call volume is currently at a $10 strike. That is up from $7 last week. And there's 18.5 thousand contracts already. On puts, highest amount of open interest is at a $5.50 strike, which is down a half a dollar. No, up $1.50 from last week averages. There's 4.4 thousand contracts. I didn't look at Max Payne. I skipped over Max Payne. Let's go back to Max Payne real quick here and see what it is. Just looking at the numbers that I'm seeing right there alone, I would have to say Max Payne's probably going to be in that like $9 range if I had to guess. And I think we ended last week at $9, so I'm going to guess that Max Payne's going to be right around the same ballpark number for this week. Oh, it's much lower than that. It's $6.50. $6.50 is Max Payne, and ironically, we're at $6.49 right there. All right, give me just a second here. I'll move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the information. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Got everything that you needed to get done. It's always difficult on weekends because you usually have like a list of things to get done, and you just seems to me like weekends always go by too fast. You never get everything done that you want to get done. All right, taking a look at the combined price and of AMC plus Ape, we're sitting at $9.31. We were on a very large 2-day. We're now on 2 days worth of an ascending parallel channel. These are bearish. Potential breakout points are usually around Fibonacci retracements, not always. So these are more or less suggested points at where we may see price breakout. Sometimes I'm completely off and you see price break in between. Sometimes they break up. All right, let's take a look at Ortex's data here. Here's your utilization at that 179 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Let's zoom in a little bit on this. Take a look at our on loan amount. On loan amount dipping a little bit from 187 to 184.21. So 2.8 million. Let me write these numbers down here. Give me just a second. A return of 2.81 million shares on AMC. Did I say 2.81? 2.8. I don't know why I said 2.81. 2.8 million shares returned. Of that, in short interest, it's almost always 1/3 of it, so it's probably going to be like just under a million shares in short interest that was returned. But let's check it out and see. There's your short interest dropping day over day from 19.26 to 19.08. So let me pull out my handy dandy calculator and multiply out how much that is. 927,000 shares in short interest that was closed. And on loan average age per day. If those are newer loans that were closed, then on loan average age per day is going to be skyrocketing. If they are medium to short term loans, then it's going to be flatline to moving downwards. Wait, did I say that right? Hold on. Medium to long term loans. If they're medium to long term loans, it's going to be flatlined or heading downwards. So on loan average age per day skyrocketed. Which means that the loans that were returned of the 2.8 million or in short, well, it's 2.8 in loans, but of the 927,000 and the loans that returned, it was mainly new positions as on loan average age per day was increasing from 69.51 to 71.01. So newer positions closed. And security lending volume was up day over day from 9.1 million to 9.57 million. Short share interest of the free float at 19.08. Taking a look at Ape. Utilization rising day over day from 68.88 to 70.26. On loan amount, it's going to be increasing. No, it was a decrease. Okay, so if utilization goes up and you have a decrease in the amount of shares on loan, then that means somebody's not offering shares for loan that were offering them prior. There was a small decrease of about 500,000 shares returned. So let me write that down. All of that's in short interest. That's going to on loan average age per day. If they're newer positions, again, same exact thing. If they're newer positions that were closed out, on loan average age per day should still be heading upwards. It is. So those were newer positions that were closed out. Went from 15.52 to 16.25. And then security lending volume day over day was actually down. It went from 4.38 to 3.38. Short share interest of the free float is at 7.12. Shares on loan 27.15. Orders by Fidelity customers. So Ape and GME were making the list on Friday, but AMC didn't. But the last 4 minutes of the day, they do a lot of final settlements that occur, and this is a snapshot of those final 4 minutes. And sometimes AMC will make the list on those. We have Ape on the list, we have GME on the list, but AMC did not make it. Ape in the final 4 minutes in the positions that were closed out had a 65% buy to 34% sell ratio. So strong there. GME had a 74% buy to 25% sell ratio. So looking strong in those final aftermarket hour 4 minute closing period from Friday. Trigger price for AMC for SSR is $5.84. Shares available to borrow is down, and I'm not sure what it was over the weekend because I didn't pay attention really. Let's see here. Looks like we had on the 24th we had about 350,000 shares. They borrowed some of those. Let's see, 100, 150, 200, 300,000 shares borrowed there. And I'm not going to count the ETFs because there's not enough to count there. So 300,000 shares haven't been borrowed so far this morning. Last Friday was 850. Fees are 18.1%. For this week, we have 78.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 8.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 17.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 8.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. Markets are looking green for open today. I'm showing VIX is down 1.85. I'm showing that most of the other markets are looking up anywhere from 0.5 to 1% for market open. Nasdaq, the other side of the world actually had some rough day last week. Looks like over the weekend, Hang Seng was down 6.36%. Shanghai was down 2.02. FTSE China was down 3.93. The Shenzhen was down 2.05. Europe was for the most part pretty much up, anywhere from 0.5 to percent. Struggling in Asia. In pre-market, Tesla is down 2.23, Amazon is up 1.36, Cinemark down up 6.78, Doge is down 0.94, Bitcoin is down 0.69, GME is down 0.12, HYMC is down 0.67, Hood is up 1.18, NCMI is down 3.65, Ape is up 5.62, and AMC is up 1.08. Let's see here. Inflow versus outflow on AMC last week, we had about $800,000 more in outflow than inflow. So far this morning on Ape, we have about 22.24 thousand shares having been traded. It is showing, oh, this is for AMC, sorry. AMC is showing 22.24 thousand shares traded. Not a whole lot of volume in pre-market, but you can tell we probably won't see more volume until you get the banks are open up for loans. And that's not going to be for another 9 minutes here. But considering the fact that there's probably not a whole lot of liquidity, as you can see from the order book, and getting 22,000 shares having been traded so far. That does seem to be some good movement. We are up to 0.92 in the pre-market, which is much more than it was earlier. You could see the drop rate in the morning when the market opened in pre-market, and then rising back up and above now where we closed on Friday. Taking a look at the 1 hour on this, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.19, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a massive divergence in buying and selling pressure here. I mean, it's like selling pressure just went to zero. And buying pressure is not real strong, but it's there. And RSI is sitting at 61.07, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.38, which is almost signaling overbought rather. And on Ape, from Friday, we had just slightly more outflow than inflow by about $100,000. So far this morning, it's got 62.96 thousand shares having been traded so far. You can see there's much more liquidity based off the order book for trades to be made. Hence the reason why the volume might be so high. It'll be interesting to see what pokey stick of volume comes in at. And it does appear that I may have to make an adjustment to what I'm calculating for daily volume based off of what happened on Friday. With low volume in pre-market, but still managing to pull out 29 million shares traded with the newly found liquidity that's in the market. But taking a look at the 1 hour on Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.42, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more. This one's close. It's hard to tell, but I think we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.9, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.43, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on Ape on the 1 hour. I mean, we're hugging the conversion line, but the conversion is above base, lagging is above price line, and price is obviously well above the cloud. This is a green cloud, which means price likes to come down through green clouds. I don't like seeing price touching the conversion line as it's crawling its way up. It's very it's risky, but until it breaks past the conversion line and heads towards the base really hard, it could be signaling for still some more growth and movement in price. A key number that I think we're going to be watching out for the day today, based off this 1 hour, is just maintaining a price above conversion. And at this point, conversion's sitting at 2.795. I'm not going to write down a number for that one. I just don't think there's anything to write down there. And then taking a look out on the 4 hour, this one is looking really beautiful here. We do have a green cloud forming. Let's see, this is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, going into Friday or the end of Thursday. There is a green cloud forming, which means that we may see a reversal. You can see we printed a TD9 on the way up here. So that means that we are going to likely see either some type of small pullback or let me just check the Bollinger Bands on this real quick here. And we're also crawling up the Bollinger Bands as well. Yeah. So we may see a pullback to at least the simple moving average, which is right in the cloud here. But it's looking pretty healthy as of right now. Until anybody who's an outside investor who's looking at this right now would be looking at this and saying this is looking pretty healthy and strong. You don't have any kind of pullback signs until you start seeing price start hitting conversion, and that's not happened yet. So again, maintaining price above conversion, which in this case is, I think, sitting at, yes, I think this is a lower price than what the conversion is for the 1 hour. 1 hour is like 275. and the 4 hour sitting at around 2.48. So we got plenty of room to have some consolidation and still continue to move upwards and stay above the conversion. So it's looking very healthy right now. Taking a look at Ape, or AMC rather. On AMC's 1 hour chart here, we've got price making it out of the cloud, conversion above base, and lagging line is above price line. This could be a strong buy here so long as price stays above the conversion going into market open. Conversion line sitting about $6.42, so that's going to be one of the numbers you're going to be looking for. Oh no, I left my cap open too long. No, hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna have to shake my pin up here a little bit. Come on, right for me. It's so dark, so light. I mean, all right. I'm just gonna keep my cap on. I'm gonna fish out a new pin here. Give me just a second. All right. So staying above $6.42 is going to be something that we want to kind of maintain. I'm going to write that down for AMC. Let me go back and I'm going to kind of look at the 4 hour real quick here first, but then I'm going to go back to Ape and check something out on that one. One of the key numbers that if we can hit above today on the 4 hour, conversion is below base and lagging line is above price line. So we need to get conversion above base. Getting price above the cloud here is going to turn into a very, very strong buy, and that's going to be at $6.80. So watch anything above 680 start to take off on AMC. It could be turning into, and you can see that the future cloud is turning green, which means that we're probably heading upwards. So watch for 680 is going to be the price that you're going to watch for, and this thing is really start just popping. But let me go back to Ape, because I'm gonna look back in the futures on Ape real quick, because I didn't really come up with any prices that look like good points that we need to try and push past in order to see like a break in price for the moving upwards. And I think a break past 344 would be pretty could potentially lead into some the two numbers I'm going to come up with here is going to be maintaining the 280 that we're at, right? And then breaking past $3.44, and then breaking past 379, 344, and 379. I'm just gonna make it 380. So those could be some strong push points. Get our pokey stick of volume in. AMC had roughly around, let's see, 30,000 shares going into this. We got 71,000, almost 72,000 shares so far out of the pokey stick. So we're looking like 23,000 shares going into it. That's not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to increase my volume prediction for AMC at all. It's going to be the normal 10 to 30 million. Taking a look at Ape. Pokey stick of volume going into it. We had, okay, this is substantially increased here. Okay, we're gonna see some heavy volume today. Ooh, this is looking beautiful. Let's see. Our pokey stick of volume is 156,000 shares, giving us 225,000 shares into or at that time. So we had about, it looks like 75,000 shares, close to 70,000 shares going into PokeStick. But 225 is the magic number here, and that's pretty significant volume for this time of the morning, especially for Ape. So I'm gonna guess, man, that is a lot of volume. This is gonna be a tough guess for me here. I'm gonna give it the standard AMC numbers. I'm gonna go 45 to 65 million shares. I should probably cut it back just a tad just in case. Let's do 40, 60. Because Ape always seems to run a little bit less volume than AMC does. So I'm going to go 40, 60. And if I'm a little bit on the low side, then so be it. But it'll at least be closer. All right. Looks like a high volume day though for Ape. At least it's looking that way. It's shaping up to be. Give me 1 second here. Get my Bollinger Bands back up, and I'll be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Javi, good morning. Baldy says you think hedgies are trying to get Ape AMC arbitrage. How would you suggest that would happen? Matt King says just read that we only have 25 days of diesel fuel left in reserves. That's kind of crazy. I remember everybody wanted to go back to in high school. In high school, I remember when I was taking auto shop my senior year of high school, one of my buddies' dads decided to buy a V8 1960, I believe it was a 1965 convertible Mustang in red. It was like cherry red with white top. And he decided he wanted to put a diesel. He had a V8 in it, and he wanted to put a diesel straight eight in there. And because the gas prices were going up, and he wanted to try and that thing sucked down like basically a quarter gallon of gas every hash mark on the freeway. so he wanted to go diesel. And I remember my friend whenever it was only a couple times he got to take the car out, but when he did get to take the car out, uh, it was one of those things where it's like he always had to figure out where he was going to get diesel at, and so he had to plan the trips. And we didn't have internet back in those days, so you had to know where the diesel gas stations were before you made your trip. so that was kind of interesting. You couldn't just go anywhere without knowing where the next diesel gas station was. But I'm pretty sure his dad got rid of that car sometime later, but I don't know if it's probably not the best decision. It probably was a kind of a smart decision back in those days to switch it, but now it's not so much. Point Break Thor says, Casey, when the volume is high, it's usually institutions leading the way, isn't it? It is. It really is. The idea that retail are the ones who are impacting everything is not the case. Whenever you see whenever you see these spikes in volume, it's always retail. It's never or not retail, sorry, institutions. It's never ever retail that causes this impact like this. It's just not. We're not. It'd be nice and to think that's how it works, but it's just not true. We're basically responsible for maybe somewhere between 8 and 10% of the volume that occurs on a daily basis. So whatever volume you're seeing for the day to day, that's figure something less than 10% us. Roseanne, good morning. 10Ds plus plus says I still have friends making biodiesel. I didn't go to the F1 Balake, but I'm sure my brother-in-law probably went. Monty, I got you down 875 to 1175. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your 2 week in a row win. Is that your first back-to-back weeks? I don't know. I can't remember that far back, but I think that might be the second time, or maybe second time that you've had back-to-back week wins before. And by the way, you were off by 1 penny. Your average price was off by 1 penny for Friday, which is great. That was really, really good. I thought Eric was gonna come win it at the very end there towards the end of the day, but you had the closer price. I'm gonna check for tweets real quick here from Adam Aron, see if there's any messages in here for any tweets that he's had over the weekend, as I didn't check anything. Looks like he did post up a whole bunch of pictures from his last meet and greet. Let's share that. I think it's always kind of fun. Give me 1 second. I'm just got to get down to the bottom. Man, he's got a lot of pictures. It seems like there's more pictures this time around than I think any other time before. Wow, there's so many. I didn't see any of these this weekend. I didn't pull up any of my tweets. So I'm just gonna take you guys over the other page here. I don't know if you guys know who Mahol is. He's on Twitter. I've talked to Mahul on several occasions. He wrote here, meeting a legend was so much fun. He is literally an amazing person. He stayed until everyone took pictures and spoke to him. We love you, Adam, CEO Adam. You are the best CEO and amazing person. Mahul getting his moment in there. I don't know if you know this or not, but Mahul used to work for AMC at one point in time. Here you got a group of people who took pictures, including Mahul, obviously in here. This is from Jen. Jen posted this, and this is from Miss One. I don't know if again from Ape Radio. Um, this is part of the family from Ape Radio, apparently. In here taking a picture. CEO Adam, the Silverback, with staff at Nishimini AMC 24. Staff did a great job hosting the Apes. We thank you all. Let's take a look at the staff. You know what? They need some credit here too. That's cool. That's awesome. I think Ticket to Ride was the movie that he took these pictures from. El Gordo had a birthday, my favorite girl, and my main man. That's awesome. Oh, poor Adam had stuff on his shirt. He got excited with the popcorn. That sucks for pictures. Micah has number one CEO in here. Him and his, let's see, does it say? Doesn't say. Girlfriend, wife, maybe? I don't know. Hard to say. The one and only CEO Adam from Micah. Micah having another picture here, but he put on an ape mask. Jennifer posting in a picture here. Mike Peterman. Oh, there's another picture, same picture. This is Lawrence Dennis Cap. What in the world is coming out of this guy's jacket? Oh, he's got like some kind of ape gloves on or something. Nice. Oh, he's holding a diamond in his hand. That's really cool. Russell Kubach, Chad White. This one just says sunflower. RC. Philadelphia Ian saying, had an awesome time with some of my family meeting Adam Aron and watching a cool chick flick. I'm proud to be an AMC Ape HYMC shareholder and an ape. That's pretty cool. Ubuntu posting in his family. I don't know what Adam Aron is doing right here in this picture, but he is schooling somebody, and this girl's face. I love this daughter's face over here. Like this kid looks. I can't see his front side, but he looks like he's definitely paying attention. This girl doesn't look so. She looks kind of like meh on whatever it is Adam Aron is explaining. Prometheus, good morning. Oh man, that's the look on her face is priceless. The baby's over here watching the hands. Chad Johnson and Koi N. He said, absolute pleasure meeting the Silverback himself at his screening of the new rom-com Ticket to Paradise. Super awesome that he takes time to individually greet and snap pics with his shareholders. Keep up the great work. And that's it. That's cool. That's really, really neat. Attendees Plus Plus says, Casey, any idea how many other stocks have held 100% utilization this long? I don't. As a great question, I have no idea, and I would be surprised. I would not be surprised if this is some kind of record. I I don't know. It's a great question, man. I don't think I've ever seen it before, so I wouldn't doubt that this would be some kind of record. Point Break Thor says, take notice that Ape Nation is very diverse. Retail is all of us. It is true, man. It's true. So many different walks of life. Where we are literally so diversified. We're across the world. It's not just here in the U.S. Point Break Thor. There are so many people around the entire world who are part of this. That I feel I don't know if this is the case for other people on YouTube or not, but I feel like that um, a lot of people who are following here for are seem to be from international locations. A lot. I mean, way more than I would have expected. I don't really look at these numbers too often, so let me just try and find it for you just to kind of give you guys an example. But YouTube does give analytics for some of the information here, and I'll tell you guys what it is. Let me just pull it up. I'm so surprised. You know, it was one of the very first things that kind of ever caught my attention was that people were from all over the world watching, and it kind of blew me away a little bit to realize that there's people from just everywhere. So 75%, 75.1% are from the United States that watch, which sounds like, you know, you go like, wait a minute, only 75%? Because I mean, that's a lot. The second runner-up is Canada, with 5.9%, and then I've got the UK is 5.7. Sweden coming in at 1.9% and Germany at 1.1%. Everybody else is less than a percent. But I've got India, Netherlands, South Korea, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, Denmark, Norway, Ireland, Hungary, Mexico, Indonesia, France, Finland, Nigeria, Belgium, Singapore, Russia, Italy, Nicaragua, the Philippines, Brazil, Hong Kong, Pakistan, Greece, Turkey, Croatia, and South Africa. It's insane. I do have to say one thing though. There is somebody in Belgium who watches way too much. Belgium has the average view duration that's the highest, and with only 72 or 0.1% of the total population who watches this stream, Belgium by far takes the cake in average view duration at 1 hour 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Somebody in Belgium is a avid watcher. But it's so true though. They're from all over. Let me scroll back up here just a tad. Manjeet, good morning. Junito, good morning. Power Trip Dre, I did not have a chance. So my wife and I went to a concert on Saturday, so we did not get a chance, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting out this next weekend to go see the movie for sure. So we'll be the people who put up the second week earnings for Black Adam being up higher. I'm sure of it. Danny, it was great. The Blue October concert was awesome. Every show that we've ever been to of theirs, and we've been to quite a few, never disappoints. They're always great shows. Uh, Jathan, no. You can like any flavor of crayon you want. Benjamin says, yeah, Casey, I'm repping the Caribbean, Barbados. That's awesome, man. Welcome. Manjeet, I understand. I hear you. That can be very daunting. Keto, good morning to you. I got you down 813 to 1113. Let's see here. Keto going up $1 from where he was last week. Justin, let's take a look at the numbers. Monty won last week. He was off by 1 penny for the price prediction. 815 was his target, and we had the combined price, or 915 rather, and 916 was the closing price between the two. So he went back-to-back weeks. MB, good morning too. Let's take a look at the box office numbers. Somebody posted up this this post. I'll show it here in a minute. Let's pull up the box office numbers. I'm gonna go to boxofficemojo.com. And we will do it for weekly. Looks like they have not updated for the weekend yet. Yeah, they haven't updated for the weekend yet, so I might. Let me try weekend and see if it pulls up that way. Okay, if I go weekend, it does show up. All right, so we've got Black Adam at number one for the weekend. It's showing here um, overall gross at 113 million for the weekend. We've got Halloween Ends number two at 76 million. Smile at 67 million. Actually, it looks like Smile has hit a couple weekends in a row at number one. The last not so last weekend was Halloween Ends apparently. There were 3 weekends before that was Smile. I'm actually going to go back to Top Gun's entry weekend. It looks like it had 55 million. Is that right? No, that can't be right. That's just for that weekend, I guess. I don't know. It looks like Black Adam's doing a great job though. Yeah, it doesn't have. So if I pull up weekly, it doesn't show. It doesn't show the week ending. The last day that it stops on is the 20th, which means it's not showing this weekend. So Halloween Ends wins the previous week. So we should see the box office numbers coming in for Black Adam. And I'm pulling up Top Gun Maverick just to see what it did the week that it opened. It looks like May 27th to June 2nd, Top Gun had 280. Looks like 284 279, 284 million, it looks like, for that weekend. Overall gross. So if Black Adam did, let's see, Top Gun did 284, really close to 300 the first week that it was out. So if over this weekend, which they're counting the 21st, 20 through the 23rd, if over this weekend it got 113, it could end up doing, I don't know. I don't know how much they'll get over the week, but you could end up seeing it maybe close to 200. Those should be some pretty good numbers. TZ, good morning. One Speed Go representing for Puerto Rico. The futures on the market are let me check them real quick here to see if they're still showing up. They were up around half to 1% earlier. Still looking like a half to 1% up for market open. No change. And let me pull up AMC News before I head out to break here and just see if there's anything new being reported. Oh, I know what I was going to show you guys. I thought this was really kind of interesting. I didn't quite understand why they were posting what they were posting, but for some reason or another, they thought that. Let me see here. They thought that we don't know how to read charts. I thought that was kind of interesting. All right, so let me just post this. I thought this was really kind of interesting what they tried to do here. This is the tactic that they took with this. They said quarter to date box office for Q4 went quarter to date calendar grosses. Now, when you pull it up like this, when you pull on Box Office Mojo here, what they're trying to show is they're saying that in 2021, um, the total gross was 446, and that in 2022 we've only made 246. But the problem is that this is only counting Q3. Well, actually, it looks like they've got Q4 in here, so they're counting basically like the first 20 some odd days when they posted this, October 22nd. They're counting like 22 days worth of earnings to include all of 2022 earnings for the quarter, which hasn't even ended yet, with tons of blockbuster movies that are coming out in this quarter. And so, I decided to correct them. I said somebody apparently doesn't understand. They said according to the completely free website that is so easy to use, even an ape could figure it out. Apparently they couldn't figure it out, so I went ahead and corrected them and showed them how in 2022 the total gross is greater than the previous years already, and we still have many blockbusters come out. If 4.4 billion was how much was the total gross for box office, and it's already at 5.8, then we're probably looking at somewhere around, if I had to guess, just ballpark figure, maybe like seven. If I had to guess, 7 to 8 billion in total grosses before the end of the year's over, which is going to put us almost double what it was year over year. So yeah, how about them apples is what I put. The movies are not dead, guys. They're getting stronger and stronger, and they're building back up. Yeah, and yes, they're not pre-pandemic levels yet, but it's not. It's going to take some time. You can't just sit there and compare to pre-pandemic levels. Everything reset, and everybody's still trying to get back out to movies and movie theaters. If you look at the total amount of movies that have opened, you can see here the number and difference in values. And I cut it off. Let's see if I cut it off all the way. I did. I shouldn't have cut this off, but obviously there probably is like 430 or something like that, because I doubt it's 43, but probably 430 some odd movies that were released for 2021. We're like 390 right now, and we're already over. So we've got less movies released, already over in value. If you go back to their chart and look at their chart, you can see that they actually did post in the number of releases. This is saying in 2022, for the last quarter, it had more movies, by 20 more movies. Um, and this is just going to be for Q4. So, you know, the amount of movies that are being produced and put out are rising. They're getting back up. If you look back to pre-COVID, it was 192, right? So of course our earnings aren't going to be back up to what they were before. But if you took the total amount earnings divided by the number, let's just do that real quick and just see what does that come out to. Let's see what we got here. Let's do 2018. We'll do 2018 instead of 2019 because things were kind of winding down. So we'll do 639, 264,584 divided by 216. So they averaged about 2.9 I'll write this number down. 2.95 million per movie. 2.959 pre-pandemic to 246108987 divided by 94. 2.618. So per movie, we're almost back on track to where we were. If you take a look at last year, the difference is basically about $300,000 right now. If you look at last year's numbers though, 446,714,511 divided by the 74 movies, it was 6.036. Now that's going to be because of Spider-Man. Last year's numbers were actually better per movie, but I know that there were some really good movies last year that released. Venom showing up here as one of the top ones for that quarter. But there were some really strong movies that released last year. So the numbers. Oh wait a minute! I didn't realize that the numbers are actually listed here on the averages over on the side. I did all that work, didn't even see the average sitting over here already. But you can see that we're moving back upwards, and so that's good. We're heading back up to some pre-pandemic numbers. Actually, that's a great point to make that I didn't even see. But you know, the numbers are strong. They're back to pre-pandemic levels. 2.6 is definitely well within pre-pandemic numbers. Very well within. Now we just need movie theaters to start releasing more movies, because they used to put out 200 and some odd movies in a quarter or for the year, whichever it may be, and the numbers aren't nearly back up there yet. So I think it's really funny that they're trying to take the numbers and spin it a certain way and try and make it look bad for the company, but it's actually looking really good for the industry. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. John says, laugh out loud. It's right next to you. Yeah, I didn't even see it. I wasn't paying attention. Ray says, went to see Ticket to Paradise. We had to sit on the front row. It was a great movie. People clapped at the end. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. Let me put up the information on the screen here, and I will be back in a little bit. Danny says, I think Jay works out until Casey goes to break. That's funny. All right. Well, I'm going to break. I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market opens, and I'll give you my price prediction then.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
All right, so I'm just trying to look through the price here and see if I can't figure out where we're heading to for combined price. Right now, the way I see it, combined price between AMC and Ape is $9.31. Let me just make sure that's right. $9.32 to be exact. At $6.42, that's kind of the minimum level we want to support on the hourly, I believe it was, and then in the 4 hour for AMC it was 680. We could see some. Let me just check the 4 hour real quick on this again. Also, I'm getting thunderstorms where I'm at today, so if I have connectivity problems, you'll know why. Yeah, I see a good push. I see a good push at 680. If we can break 680 today, we could see price run quite a bit, I think, here on AMC. I think I'm gonna go 895 to 1195, I think. Let me just check one more thing real quick here. I'm expecting more volume out of Ape today. I kind of put my estimates at 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day today, which is definitely more than usual. I might be estimating a little on the high side, but we'll see. I think with the additional liquidity that we're finding that's there in the market, that you're going to tend to see more volume, and I have to predict higher volume movements based off of pre-market volume that occurs, especially after what we saw on Friday. I think I'm going to go with yeah, I think 895 to 1195. Alrighty. And let's see what you guys are saying here. Yukon says Ape Week. It feels that way for sure, based off of the volume that we're seeing. And I'll tell you what, though, there's something kind of interesting that's happening there. Yukon is that Ape doesn't look like it's got the move potential as much as AMC does. AMC actually has some breakout points that look like they're kind of forming up quite nicely. And it actually kind of looks like there's some more downwards momentum pressure within maybe after today, starting tomorrow, maybe in price movement heading or maybe leveling off or heading down slightly starting tomorrow. And AMC actually has the better buildup going into a price run. So it's interesting to see that the volume is there, volume setup is there for Ape, not necessarily AMC, but it's all good. Yeah, Javi says let them both rise. Rise. Yeah, that's I'm okay with both of them rising. I don't have a problem with that. I just see that there's more potential for Ape to kind of cool off a little bit. Yep, today is going to be VWAP. And we'll talk about that during the Man in the Van Crinkle for Your Wrinkle hour. So oh, that was the other thing I was going to tell you guys. If you don't see if it appears dark inside the van all day today, I don't usually turn on lights. It's usually just outside lighting that causes the for there to be any light whatsoever in the room. And so long as it's cloudy out and rainy, I'll probably just appear dark in the van all day today, which is cool for me because it's kind of nice on my eyes. It feels better to me. I like it. I don't know about you guys, but I like working in the dark. It's more I don't know, it's just feels less stressful. All we see is the white patches in your beard. Yep, I got tinted windows today. We threw up the tint. That's so funny. White patches in the beard happens, you know. You get older. All right. I could throw up some light here, I guess, a little while. Ice cream says it's creepy. I could throw a light on. But let's get this market open and started, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
It's what I live for. Falling on top of my head. Caught in a landslide. Part of me just dies, peeling me out of my skin. Caught in a landslide. It's what I live for.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning. I hope you guys had an excellent weekend. I know some of you guys got out to the movies and got to see some movies. I didn't get a chance to. I went to a concert, but man, I'm gonna get out probably this next weekend for sure. I know I want to go out and see Black Adam. That's gonna sound like it was a really, really good movie. But my wife and I, we went. Today is our anniversary, and we went to a concert for this weekend. We kind of one of our first concert I think we ever went to together was Blue October, if I'm not mistaken. And my wife really really likes Justin. I'm gonna get his name wrong here. First and Field. That's his name. That's his name. Justin Furstenfield is the lead singer for Blue October. And thank you, Eddie Trades. I appreciate it. So we went out there, and he said he was going to do some signing at the merch desk afterwards. They had 2,500 people that showed up to the concert. It was sold out. It was I love that venue. Stubbs is a great venue because it's like very intimate. 2,500 people is not a whole lot of people, and it just feels real intimate. And so, anyways, he went to the merch table and was signing stuff, and my wife, we got in line, and so I said, well, we can get double the signatures if we split up. So you get in front of me, I'll get behind you, and you get a shirt signed, and then I'll just have him sign our ticket stub. And so that was the plan. So she got up there, she talked to him for a little bit, told him she's a long time long time watcher and fan of the group and him. And he is from this area, and she's been waiting to apparently he just runs into people sometimes when he goes shopping and stuff. She's been looking to kind of run into. She'd love to run into him, just say hi to him sometime in the general public. But I got up there, I handed him my ticket, and he signs it. He puts his name on there and then hands it back to me. I fist bumped him, said, "Hey man, I appreciate your music." And then I started to walk away, and I just kind of, I don't know, he was eyeballing me like he knew me from someplace. It was like as soon as my wife had walked away, like he was just kind of like giving me this look, like I know you from somewhere. I could see it in his eyes, and he was trying to like place it from something. I couldn't. It was just kind of one of those things where like he's trying to, you could see it in the eyes. You can see somebody like trying to figure out like where they remember you from. And I've never met him in my whole life, so I have no idea what it was that he saw or why he thought he may have recognized me. But as I was about two big steps away from walking away, he goes, "Hey, wait a minute, buddy. I need to, or can I touch your beard?" And my back was completely to him when he said this, and so I stopped dead in my tracks, and I was like, kind of processed it for like a half a second, and was like, "Sure, why not?" So I spun around and I was like, "Sure," and walked back over, and he just kind of did the whole like, he just touched it, and he goes like, "Oh, that's nice." So the beard has been touched. The beard was touched, and then I just walked away. Everybody thought it was funny, and they started laughing. But how many years? 7 years for us. This is 7 years. Thank you guys for the happy anniversaries. But yeah, it was funny though. It was kind of weird, but funny. I think he legitimately felt like he knew me. I don't know why or where that came from because I don't know him. And but he somehow or another felt like he knew me, it was just odd. Maximus says, "LMAO, you were bearded." Peter says, "You gotta buy me dinner first." I know, right? Like he just wanted to touch it, see like maybe for good luck. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But I think he used to have a beard at one point, and I'm guessing, and I don't know if this is gonna be the case or not, but I'm guessing that maybe when it comes time to cut my beard off, if maybe I'm gonna miss mine afterwards. because it kind of just becomes this like habit to where you just kind of like tend to like grab it and you just, I don't know. It's just kind of, it's one of those things where it just becomes like this like habit of just touching it on occasion. Eddie Trade says, "Did you see the Blue October documentary?" I saw part of it, Eddie Trades. I didn't see all of it. Aaron asking if he watches my show. I don't know that he does at all. I can't even imagine that he does. Guys like that, I just don't really. I don't feel like they have time to just sit around watching YouTube videos. Like I don't envision them doing that. American Trader says, "Watch Black Adam with the family. It was really good. I can imagine." Thank you, Roadster Guy. Yeah, you never know. Maybe he does watch it. You never know. Yukon's quoting Jack Black over here. You know, I love watching Jack Black videos. Dude's pretty incredible. Like, and he'll go around. Like, one of the fun ones that I saw recently was where he was like, they just grabbed some like Jack Black skateboards that they were like making, and they went around to like skate parks, and they would like ask a kid to do a trick. And if a kid did the trick, then they would just hand him like a skateboard. I thought that was really cool. Maximus says it would have been weird if he broke out and combed your beard. Well, you know, the weird thing to me, Maximus, is that Mediocre Trader asked if he, you know, when it comes time to cut the beard off, if he could fly out here and cut it off for me, which is also kind of weird. But I told him he could, and I was like, yeah, if that's what you really want to do. I don't know why or what specifically has him wanting to do that, but yeah, who am I to stop him? Lucas says, "Hi Casey, expectations for today this week." So here's what I'm seeing. Let me pull up. And I mentioned earlier this morning, like just before the market opened here, that I felt like Ape has more potential to run than Ape does, as Ape is kind of showing signs of being a little bit on the hot side here. If I were to pull up the 1 hour Ichimoto on this, and I normally look at this like after 30 minutes into this, you can see, and we've broken the baseline on this, and this does become kind of one of those selling points. But price usually likes to move down through green clouds and not up, you know. And on this way up here, we did kind of crawl right up the backside of this conversion line. And to me, that's kind of one of those, that's a stress point where if it breaks through, then you have a potential um, break to the bottom side, which may head back down underneath the cloud. Now, if that's the case, we could be heading for, something lower than 2.1 per share on this, if as that's where the cloud is. But the cloud is moving up. The only thing that would be uh, positive about this move down here is that this is going to be cooling off RSI and could allow for it to run back up further. When it crosses base like this, does that mean that this run is over? Not necessarily. I've seen it recover before quite nicely, in fact. I was just looking at a stock the other day with Adam. We were kind of looking at some stocks, and there was one last night where I was looking at it, and I said, okay, here my entry point would have been about $18.75, and I would have sold for 22.75. And he goes, but the big run's like later, and I'm like, yeah, but the signals say sell at 22.75 and buy back in at 18. So, and you got to go with the trade signals when the signals tell you, and then the price went from like 18 to like 40 something dollars. So I'm like, if the prices are telling you, if the signals are saying you got to get out, then, as a day trader, that's what you got to do. You got to get out and then you get back in if you need to, but because you're not assured, the run up later. So this may come down temporarily, bounce off of maybe the cloud and actually start running up again afterwards. But if you take a look at the 4 hour, we're on the north side of the cloud as well, and you can see green cloud in the futures. So in regards to what you're talking about for this week, I see us potentially dropping back through by the end of the week through this cloud for Ape, which would put us in kind of like the 2.1 range. So seeing Ape crash back down to 2.1 seems to be like that could be in the near futures. which is what I was mentioning earlier right before market opened. But AMC, on the other hand, exactly the opposite. We're at a point here to where we could see price. We're above the cloud on a red cloud on AMC, which could have some big price run here for the next day or two. But if you look at a 4-hour cloud, it looks even better. I mean, there's not, we're right in the middle of a cloud here. If this thing can break up above $6.80, this thing could run for a couple days before seeing any kind of downwards momentum whatsoever. So it's really all about making sure it can get above 680. If it can't get above 680, then it'll stall out and come back down out of this cloud here. So I don't know. It's difficult to say. But that's just kind of what I'm seeing. I'm seeing some futures. The futures on the 4-hour charts are showing that this run up is going to be temporary to just a couple days here. So, or may already be over. We'll have to see. Price remaining relatively the same on AMC. One of the very first things that they usually try to do is get volume reduction. Control volume as much as possible. You can see that we're already up 2.38 million after almost a little over 15 minutes of trading on AMC. On Ape, we have 4.41 million shares. Volume reduction is always key. It's the more volume you see, the more chance you have at price discovery. So control of volume is the number one goal. The way you do that is you drop price right off the get-go. Nobody wants to buy into price dropping usually, at least not institutions, and we know those are the ones that are pushing price. So you control that inventory or volume movement by dropping price. So if we see the drop stall out, actually no, there's something I didn't do. I didn't put up the SSR numbers for the day today. Hold on one second here. 584. I need to put these up real fast, guys. 584 for AMC. Hold up a second. Need to have these in here every day. 584 for SSR for AMC, and let me get Ape in here. Let's see, Ape closed last week at 2.67. So, oops, I went the wrong way. 2.403. So I'm just going to call it 2.4 because I don't think 03 is going to show up on the screen. Don't forget, guys, whenever they trip SSR, it does allow for there to be, it does show up, 2.403. Let's get the exact number in here. Whenever they do trip SSR, that usually does free up the ability to, what did I say, 2.403. Frees up the ability to create synthetic, not synthetic, what am I saying? Short exempt volume. There we go. So they're getting pretty close to it. Seems like they're dropping it pretty hard right off the get-go. The Bollinger Bands are massively wide right now. There is a fib retracement here at $2.475, so we'll see if they can push past that. Buck says, do I need a trench coat to watch this channel now? Casey here to put me back to reality. David Stevens says, shouldn't Ape have halted? It has to be a move of greater. It's over a 5-minute period of time. So seeing as how price hasn't changed by probably near enough during the move so far, I doubt that it's had enough movement to trigger it. Let's see here. I actually don't have just AMC pulled up or Ape pulled up for my other screen here. I mean, I would suggest that probably not. Um, Let me see if I can pull it up real quick here. Hold on a second. I'll do this one. Give me 1 second while I pull up all the information here. One, two, okay, let's see. What do we got going on here? I don't think so. Two, three, four. Yep, I don't see any 5 minutes in here where we broke 10%. Let me go back to my rules and just make sure that it is 10% because I think 10% is the number. There were stocks. If you want to take a look at something that did pull it, there's like a whole list, and I can give you a list of all the ones that tripped. I will post that for you right in here right now. So if you go to that website right there, it'll show you the list of all the ones that pulled an LULD, limit up, limit down, pause. Looks like there's already been, let's see, 3, 6, 7 of them so far this morning. And let me pull up one on the side just to see what it looks like. TCD, let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, that one had it had a big move. Let me see what time it got halted at. 9:37. Yep, that makes sense because that's exactly where it would have tripped at beyond 10%. So yeah, we haven't had a 10% move in a 5 minute span, so no. Captain Austin says, "Are you a fan of Froggy Stonks?" Not at all. And I told you guys that we were heading into a bull market for this month, like for the next month, but that's about it. I don't believe it's going to continue on further. It'll lead up to probably right about around election time and maybe slightly thereafter. Ape on both. Hold on a second. No, it should be. I've got Ape. Ape on one and AMC on the other. Casey, can you explain to my boyfriend how they can just kick the can so long they get away with this, and also how a merger or acquisition makes them cover, not just exchange the shares to the new one? Um, so with a merger and acquisition, everybody's positions would be closed out. So anybody who has open positions would would get a cash sum. It would basically be like a merger or buyout of some sorts, and it won't be for the price that it's at currently. It'll be some kind of fair market value based off the acquisition company price. But I don't, the whole thing that was brought up this weekend on Twitter, Jana, that was not modified. That's been there ever since the 4th of this month or whatever date it was that got released. The only way that wording could have been added in there would have been through an amendment. They can't just go back in there and remodify it to whatever they want to at a later date. It's just not the way that it works. And so that's just a bunch of hooey. Whoever brought up that whole merger acquisition thing doesn't know what they're talking about. Um, and then can they just kick the can so long? The reason they can kick the can is there's always infinite liquidity. However, once they can no longer maintain margin requirements, then the can can't be kicked any further. But the market is made in such a fashion that they are actually tasked with or forced by law to create liquidity to keep the market running. That's their job as a market maker. So um, there's infinite liquidity. That's how the market's designed to keep it running. But that it comes at a cost. TZ the Ape says, "Yo, what's up, my man? I'm TZ's daughter. Can I get a shout out? My name is Hannah Grace." Absolutely. Happy birthday. Is that what you said? I'm TZ's daughter. Can I get a shout out? My name is Hannah. Oh, it's not your birthday. Okay. I'll just shout you out anyway. You know, happy day, Hannah Grace. Arthur says, can you look up other theater chains for the morning, please? Cinemark is at $9.76 and down 0.1%. That's the only other one that I've got on my list here that I take a look at. They are down 0.15 and at $9.76. It's the next closest competitor to AMC that's worth looking at. AMC is at $6.46 and down 0.62. So, he may be talking about that, Captain Awesome, but that's just news. Like, if you look at the news, that's Gary Gensler is talking about that. So my question to you is do you think that that's actually going to happen? Do you think Gary Gensler is actually going to take away payment for order flow? I think it's going to. I don't know. I don't know. Seems a little far-fetched, but we'll see what happens. If there's crazy enough things going on, there's a chance that we could see something like that happen. Lucas says Russia just put their nuclear and biological forces on high alert readiness, and Blinken will address the nation tonight because of a major national security concern. That'll be interesting. Bjork says I've seen this opening move about 300 times. Yeah, it's like it's never it's always right at the very beginning of the day too, Bjork, right? Like it never ceases to fail. Like they either do it right in the beginning of the day or they do it real slowly throughout the day. It kind of depends on the needs, I think. Casey, today is Cuddle Kerr's anniversary. Can you give him a shout? It's my anniversary today too, man. Cuddle Kerr's? Is it Cuddle Kerr's or Cuddy Cut? The Cuddle Kerr's doesn't ring a bell. But happy anniversary to Cuddle Kerr's. Yeah, Cuddy Cut. Okay, it was Cuddy Cut. All right, cool. Yeah, Cuddy Cut. Happy anniversary. We share an anniversary together. So I'm assuming that T McGee is the other half of Cuddy Cut, maybe? I don't know. Or maybe I just missed it and you're just doing the shout out for me because I missed it up above. No, MCon. I was looking at another stock to see if it got halted. We haven't been halted. Not that I can tell. Hold on a second. Let me look again. But I don't see any. Yeah, I don't believe there's any halts there. And I provided the website if you ever want to look to see if AMC or Ape or any stock for that matter got halted, you can go straight to that website and it'll tell you whether or not the conditions were met. And it'll tell you, what the conditions were that were required in order to meet the halt condition. Ape is being shorted, Six Sun. Yes. I don't talk about other stocks here, Stu. So that's kind of one of the rules. We don't bring up other stocks. This is primarily an AMC and Ape and anything related to it channel. I'm gonna go ahead and block that Captain Awesome because I don't support trash on here. Alrighty, guys, it's 9 o'clock. It is time to take a look at the numbers. Yeah, if you understood Captain Awesome, what's been going on with some of the stuff that's been happening, and it just seems like you're uninformed about what's been happening for a long time. And there's a group of people out there who are actively putting out really bad information, and I think it's a mistake for us to point people towards that. So, and that name that you brought up specifically is a really bad one. So I'm not all for that. And so if you and I want to talk on the side, I'd be more than willing to talk about it, but I don't want to point people in that direction at all. They're super, super toxic right now. Bad, bad juju. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna log into my broker. I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing. So if you have something specifically that you want to talk to me about, hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back on the screen. Two-factor authentication, guys. Don't forget that it could help keep somebody out of your account. Also, if you're going to set it up, make sure you have a secondary phone number in there in case something happens to your primary. You can always get the code sent to you. But let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on. Maybe move a couple screens over real quick and we will take a look. Alrighty, here we go. Starting with price prediction tally points, this is not financial advice by any means. It's just four apes who are trying to get together to decide what price is going to go to on a daily basis. And so Monty's got 2 weeks in a row that he's won. He won last week and the week before. He got we actually had a perfect. The field got a perfect win across the board, but Monty was off by 1 penny on his average price. The closing price average was $9.16. He had 9.15. He was off by that one, so close. Such a great job at picking out his price prediction. But for price predictions for the day to day, I've currently got, hold on a second here, because Eric sent me a text and I hadn't gotten it yet here. Okay, I'm in at 895 to 1195. Eric's got 820 to 1120. Keto's got 813 to 1113, and Monty has 875 to 1175. The combined price of AMC and Ape currently at this point in time is $8.95. We've got I'm not going to change any of the tallies yet because obviously we're not done. But congratulations to Monty for putting out that amazing numbers from last week. Short exempt volume for the day to day, we have AMC at 185.5 thousand in short exempt volume from Friday. Ape was up to 241.8 thousand, utilization at 100%. Day number 179 for AMC of being 100% utilization. Ape increased from 68 and some change to 70.26. AMC was up on Friday 2.2%. Ape was up 9.88, and I've got it down as 2 of 3, meeting the conditions for 2 of 3 of the days. Looking really strong there. Max pain for AMC for this week is $6.50. Last week it was $9, I believe, and we ended up finishing right at $6.50 or $6.49, I think. So max pain for this week being right around what we closed out on Friday. Let's take a look at off exchange here. %47.9% for off exchange. Currently, I would expect to see normally around 44%, so it is a little elevated. EDGX, I would expect to be around 10 to 11% by this time in the morning. It's at 8.38%. Oops. For a combined total of 56.28%, so just slightly elevated from normal. CHX has about 1,552 shares traded through that exchange so far for the day today. Taking a look at Ape, we have 48.67%, which is elevated. EDGX is at 13.68, which is very, very high. For a grand total in there of 62.35% of our volume traded through those two exchanges so far already. That's pretty high. Taking a look at, oh, come on. CHX volume so far this morning is 6,228 shares through Ape. That is already elevated volume for the day today. We saw some very elevated volume going through AMC, and I do think that this is for some reason or another, I think this corresponds or relates to forced settlements that whenever we see volume going through CHX. So we may be seeing some forced settlements going through for AMC. I know failure delivers are stacking, and so that could be part of the reason why. Taking a look at institutional ownership, I think it was down, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, like 2.8 or something like that million shares. It might have been more. I didn't write the number down, but 149.944 million shares is how much is owned currently by institutions. So that number did drop, and I'm okay with that. I think that's actually the right thing. We want to see the institutions selling their shares, and so that we don't have to create buying, forced buying. Let's take a look at Ortex. Actually, we'll come back to Ortex and we'll skip over to options first. On the options chain, I will not be looking at AMC1 because we don't have expirations until December. So I'm only looking at AMC this week. going until we have the next options expiring. Highest amount of volume for the day today is at a $7 strike for calls. That's 50 cents higher than what it was last week. There's 3.6 thousand contracts currently. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $6 strike. That's the same as where it was last week. There's 2.5 thousand contracts. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are at $8.86. We did break out a little bit earlier I had suggested we were on an ascending parallel channel, and that we were likely going to see some kind of breakout, potentially around these areas in here. Happened right at market open though, instead. So we're going to be looking for a new pattern at this point. I feel like there's a little bit of a potential wedge that's being created right now. Let's see what that looks like. So we may see some kind of break around here. You have falling volume and falling price. That is bullish, so we may see this break upwards. Let me just check the trend channel on this. It is pointing towards the top, which does sometimes indicate that this could break down. So we'll see. We'll have to continue to monitor this and see where it's going to head to. Taking a look at Ortex. So far this morning, it's showing 386,000 shares having been borrowed so far. That will raise slightly the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.11%. Cost of borrow average is at 20.25. Shares on loan. Actually, let's take a look at all the data here. Starting with utilization, that's your 100% utilization over the last 179 days. We're going to zoom in here just a tad bit and take a look at the on loan amount. On loan amount dropping 2.8 million shares from 187 to 184.2. I'm estimating about 927,000 shares of that was in short interest that was closed. Here's your Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 19.26 to 19.08. With new shares being returned for closing out loan positions, if the on loan average age per day skyrockets, then that means it was newer positions that were closed, and it did do that. So we had newer positions that were our loans that were closed out. On loan average age per day went from 69.51 to 71.01. Security lending volume day over day was an increase from 9.1 to 9.57. Taking a look at Ape. As of right now, it's showing a return of 223,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 7.1. Our cost of borrow on average on Ape is really high right now, up to 8.28%. Now, I'll tell you why I think that might be the case, and you'll see this in utilization. We're going to see something kind of interesting happening here. So shares on loan right now is 27.15 million shares, right? Utilization went up from 68.88% to 70.26. Now, normally, when utilization goes up, that means more shares went on loan than previously. However, in this particular case, the on loan amount decreased by half a million shares, went from 27.67 to 27.15. So if 500,000 shares were returned and utilization went up, then that means somebody's not loaning out shares that were loaning out shares before, which means the reason for cost of borrow to be up right now is strictly due for that reason. Somebody's not loaning out the same amount of shares as they were previously. So that's how that happens. But with the 500,000 shares that were returned, if on loan average age per day is skyrocketing, those were more than likely newer positions that were returned, and it is skyrocketing. So it went from 15.52 to 16.25. More than likely, the positions that were closed out were newer positions. Taking a look at short share interest of the free float, very minimal change here from 7.17 to 7.12. Security lending volume did decrease day over day from 4.38 to 3.38 by a million. Oops, let's see. Orders by Fidelity customers. Just looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. Ape made the list. Oops. Ape's the only one to make the list of the top 30 most heavily traded by orders, with a very solid 66% buy to 33% sell ratio. So 2 to 1 ratio, or 2 to 1 ratio. Doing really, I think that's a good number. Trigger price for AMC for the day-to-day for SSR is at $5.84. For Ape, hopefully I had you guys on the other screen already. I didn't. Ape is at 2.403. I haven't seen either trigger as of yet, but I'm going to have to look at the numbers here for Ape in just a minute. Shares available to borrow earlier this morning, they did return about 50,000, well, actually 650,000 shares, and then they borrowed out, actually make it, yeah, that's about right. They returned about 600,000 shares. Then they borrowed about 50,000 shares here, and then mostly returns in the ETFs, and the fees are at 17.99%. So I'm going to add that 50,000 shares to the 300,000 shares already borrowed this morning, so 350,000 shares in total. Calls, we have 78.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 8.2 that are in the money, 17.2 out of the money on the puts versus 8.3 that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 0.98, Dow Jones is up 0.74, and the S&P 500 is up 0.14. We currently have 3,717 decliners to 2,908 advancers. The market is currently declining. The VIX is up 2.19 at 30.34. VTI is up 0.06. IWD is up 0.43. Tesla is down 6.56, Amazon down 1.65, Cinemark down 1.38, Doge is down 2.24, Bitcoin is down 1.52, GameStop is down 3.36, HYMC down 3.19, Hood is down 2.76, NCMI is up 0.25, Ape is down 9.31, and AMC is down 2.93. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $700,000 more on inflow than outflow for this morning on AMC, with 4.31 million shares having been traded after 50 minutes of trading. Oops. Putting us on pace for 33.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. So we'll see how that pans out. It's looking like it's gonna be about right. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.25, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.24, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.78, which is below average. We are going to see these very volatile swings, guys, in prices. It's just going to be kind of part of the nature of the market for probably like the next little less than a month. Ape just hit 2.4, which means that it's triggered SSR at this point. So we do have SSR tripped. Zoom in on this just a tad. Inflow versus outflow, there's about $600,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 7.8 million shares traded for the day today. Oops, 7.8 after 51 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 59.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market, guys, somewhere between 40 and 60 million. I might have over predicted this just a hair. I think this could drop. I think this could drop down to just maybe a smidgen under 40 before the end of the day. It just kind of depends on how much they try to drop volume by before releasing and letting it run here. Let's see here. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator occurring right now. RSI at 39.87, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence within the last basically market open. RSI at 30.54, almost signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.14, signaling oversold almost since market open. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on AMC and Ape. On the hourly, you can see that price has fallen below the conversion and the baseline, which is something I didn't want to see have happen, but it did. Whether or not price is going to fall even further and through the cloud remains to be seen. I wouldn't expect it today, but maybe tomorrow, which would put the price at somewhere around like 2.3. And whether it continues to fall or not, we'll have to remain to be seen. But I'm not really expecting it today. I think it would be more realistic to see tomorrow. Taking a look at the same chart here, but on a 4-hour time interval, we do have price moving through the conversion. Conversion is above base and lagging line is above price line. But a very hard stopping point, or where maybe some of these investors that bought in back here at perhaps around like $2.35 may have seen this as a stopping point when it hit about 262 after reaching 294. And stop loss point would have been around like maybe 260. So whether or not we can see continued selling remains to be seen. However, the green cloud, which price usually does like to fall through green clouds, doesn't actually come until the end of the week, because we've got, I guess it really starts at the end of the day on Thursday. So that's why I'm kind of suspecting maybe some sideways trading, maybe slightly up to sideways trading leading out the end of the day, maybe around like 255 for close. And then maybe some more downwards pressure starting tomorrow. And then looking at AMC on the same charts here, we've got price did fall back down through the cloud. We have conversion is somehow miraculously just barely above base. Lagging line is below price line, and price has fallen through the cloud. Normally, price doesn't like to fall back down through red clouds. But we did. We had at least one attempt to fall through the cloud on the red, and secondary attempt and made falling through the cloud on the 1 hour. It's not a very strong sign here, but if you take a look at the 4 hour, it might look a little different. We made it into the cloud, but trying to make it above the cloud is ideal. You want to break through the cloud. I feel like what we're maybe potentially going to see is price fall back down, and then maybe find some strength later on in the week on AMC to break back up through the cloud again, perhaps maybe leading into like the middle to the end of the week. So expect maybe some sideways trading, down, slightly down to sideways trading for the end of the week, and then maybe heading upwards starting on the 27th or 28th. Let's see here. We'll get Ape back up here. So Ape did trigger SSR, which would have tripped at 2.403, and we got down to as low as 2.4. Yeah, an even 2.4. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. Savvy says after the squeeze is over, she's going to buy the Costco private plane membership. I don't know what the private plane membership is. Never heard of that. Yeah, they don't bother me too much, Savvy. You know, it's to be expected. There's no way we just continuously just rock up in price, and the idea is you know we won't see something amazing happen until those margin calls come rolling through, right? So the idea that we could just start rocketing up just out of nowhere, I don't expect that to happen. There's nothing in regards to a gamma squeeze or anything like that. There's nothing out there that leads me to believe that that's even a remote possibility. So we're really waiting. We're waiting on market failure, which is going to be after midterms. So I wouldn't expect anything to happen um, until after midterms. Yeah, no. So I don't mind talking about it, Captain Awesome. I don't mind ever talking about anything openly in public. But Froggy Stonks is one of the guys who's a Marcahotis supporter. Marcahotis is a short seller who was trying to push T0 on AMC, and basically Adam Aron had to tell him to stand down. He's also been trash talking Adam Aron like quite often, and he's kind of one of those guys that hangs out with Tara Bull or Tara Bull or whatever you want to call her. Tar baby. I don't know what I don't know what her name is. Like shit just sticks to her. But it's just kind of one of those things where it's like if you've been a part of the community for any period of time and you know what the group of people are like, you know what to avoid, and he's definitely one of those people. And then there was recently just a video that was put out to where basically showing how Froggy Stonks, and I know they're not the same people, but Froggy Stonks is Sam says cucumber is her name. Froggy Stonks basically was like shitting all over AMC and saying like nobody should ever buy AMC, and yet here he is, and it's just one of these things. It's like we know what his personality is. We know why he's a part of the community, and if you don't know, it's just because you haven't been around the block long enough to know who he is. So I'm just not gonna. I don't want to talk about. I don't even care what he says. I don't care what he's saying. All I know is he's always causing problems. Wherever he goes, he causes problems, and he's trying to get the company into a lawsuit. So there's that as well. Um, he's not pushing good information. So for myself, I'm just staying away from him. I'm not going to watch any of his videos. I refuse to support people who abuse the community. In my opinion, he is a massive abuser of the community. The guy has um, basically told people like it's my way or the highway, and watch out for the train because I'm just gonna roll through you and I don't care. We're gonna do it my way, and we're just gonna steamroll everybody else who doesn't agree with what we think is correct over. And that's not how this community works. Like anybody who's been a part of this community long enough to know that that's not how it works. Like there is no one person here that is more special than another. I am not better than any one of you listening right here. Not a single one of you. I am not better than you. We are all people equal. And there's no person out there who says, I'm just going to steamroll over everybody else no matter what they say because I think what I'm saying is right. We're all going to have differing opinions, and nobody has the authority to sit there and try and dictate to the whole community, this is the way. Which is why I've always said, like, if you want to, like, I'm adamantly against DRSing, but if you want to DRS your shares, DRS your shares. It's your money. It's your choice. You get to decide. Here are the facts about DRSing your shares. I show you information and I say it's your choice. You get to decide. And here's the information for you to make your decision. Fact check me. Go figure it out. But I'm not going to tell you what you need to do with your money. So that's my problem. Adam A says, I consider Matt Kors as our leader. I don't even consider Adam Aron as our leader. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't buy that. You know, there is no we're all individual investors. We all have our own mindsets and we don't all have to agree. Like I got on a live stream with Tony DeNaro and he said that he asked in front of everybody, he says, guys, he asked me, he said, Casey, do you always agree with everything that I say? And I said, nope. I don't, but it doesn't mean that we can't get along and there's no, Tony's not going to be like, I'm going to steamroll Casey over if he doesn't agree with me. He doesn't say that. That's just not what you do. You don't steamroll over, the people that you're in a fight with. Uh, those are supposed to be people who are on your side. Those are the people you're supposed to talk to and treat like human beings and uh, not just followers or some crap like that. But you guys will know. I mean, just all you have to do is dig down deep inside to know who's the right people in this community and who's not the right people in this community based off of their actions. And if you look hard enough and you see what their motivation is, you can tell what it's for. And I'm not saying that everybody who's trying to make money on putting out information and stuff like that's bad. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that you can tell. You can tell how they treat people. Watch for how they treat people and do they think they're superior to everybody else? Arthur says because you and Tony are adults. I'd like to think that it's more than that, Arthur, but I mean, if that's what it comes down to, then I guess maybe. I don't know. Deborah says Matt Kors always ignored me too many times. You know, Deborah, I have to say something about that, and it may end up getting that way for me at some point too. But I've noticed that like once I get over a certain amount of viewers, it gets really, really, really difficult to get the live chat to follow it and actually mention and Matt and Trey and some of those guys that have like thousands of people who are watching all at once like Bigums. I have no idea. Like there was one time where I typed something in while Bigums was doing his live stream and I didn't see him commenting like how he even saw my comment, but he's like, "Oh, hey, Casey Shaw." And I was just like sitting there going like, How did how is he even doing what he's doing and saw my name pop up? I'll never know." But there's going to become a time probably where I have a difficult time keeping up with this, and I know I've had people mention that once I hit over 500 people at once, I should probably put the chat section into like a slow mode or something like that. But I try to answer as many as I can. If I don't, just throw it back up there again, or just be patient with me. Manjeet says, "I am not as smart as you." I think you are. I think you're smarter. But and then she says, "But even I don't agree with everything you say, as we are all wired differently." Yeah, it happens. It's not every single. We don't have to agree on everything. We never will. We never will agree on everything. I promise. We never will. It's just not how we're not supposed to. How in the world are we going to have good ideas if everybody's thinking exactly the same way? You know? But it's the ability to be able to sit down and have a conversation like a human being and not just say, I'm going to steamroll you over if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying. That makes the difference, right? Because I'm willing to listen. At least I think I am. Not always, but sometimes I'm willing to listen. Yukon, I think that's funny, but I'm not going to read it. Kathy, good luck on looking for a vehicle. Take care. See you when you get back. Oh, I want to mention this real quick here. Green Bay beat Kansas City in the first Super Bowl. Agree? I don't actually know, Larry. I'll take your word for it and say sure, because I have no idea. Yes, I agree, Manjeet. That is completely exactly how I feel. Like, what's the point if we all just see things eye to eye? But I want to mention this real quick. Last night I had a meeting where I invited everybody to the back of the Big Tramp to discuss rules for a potential game that we're going to be starting here called Fantasy Stonks. It's going to be kind of sort of like maybe fantasy football, but it's going to be Fantasy Stonks. And um, it's because the game in and of itself is going to talk about a lot of different stocks that are out there, and you're going to pick your stocks that you want to have as part of your team and all that kind of good stuff from a list that I'm going to provide later. We're not going to talk about it on the stream specifically because you know how I feel about talking about other stocks and whatnot, but I do want to just let you guys know that I'm going to have the draft. I'm going to do the draft starting this Saturday. So anybody who wants to participate in that, it's going to have to be in the Discord. It's free. It's completely free. There is no prize. You just get to be the big winner if you win in the end. If you've ever participated in like a fantasy football type thing, I think there will be a lot of similarities, but not necessarily um, complete similarities. But it's going to be kind of like fantasy football, and I think it's going to be kind of fun. I think it's going to give you an opportunity to be able to kind of pick stocks out. I can kind of read to you guys like some of the rules that we kind of covered and kind of defined. For example, like I think what we're going to do is your team is going to consist of 6 players, or you know, call them stonks or whatever you want to call them. But you're going to be forced to pick 2 small caps, 2 mid caps, and 2 large cap stocks. There's going to be a list of stocks that are given out. We kind of decided to narrow it down instead of having an entire market. There will be a list from which you can choose from. So that way you can kind of just research within that list. And There's going to be an investment cap once you have your six players. There will be an investment cap of $30,000, and you can invest as little or as much as you want to into your 6 players, and appropriate it the way that you choose to. You know, as percentages that you put into each one. There's going to be things like 30% penalties on gains for new drafts. So in other words, there's going to be a remaining list of potential stocks that are free trades, but they're not really free trades. They're just free stocks that you could pick up if you wanted to. If you're going to pick them up, if you're going to draft them, you have to get rid of somebody. You still have to keep your 2-2-2 formula of 2 smalls, 2 mids, 2 large caps, and you will end up taking any kind of earned money that you make from whoever you get rid of. You will take a 30% penalty. It's like your taxation. It's kind of like teaching you that you will have to get taxed on whatever gains you have from a trade, unless you trade with another player. There's no penalty for trading stocks with another player. So if you trade 1-1 or 2-1, doesn't even matter how you do it, but you always have to maintain six playing teams, even though you may not even be investing any money into them. You can YOLO or not invest into the stocks. Like you might decide like, wow, the market's just going to be down this week. I'm just going to pull all my money out and just leave it sitting out this week. And you can do that. That's your choice. Or you can just decide to put everything all into one stock. You know, maybe everything's going down and you're like, this one stock is a great performer, but everything else sucks. You can move everything into that one stock. When we do the draft this Saturday, for everybody who signs up for There will be one stock pick. We decided on one stock pick for the draft at a time. So it will take some time this Saturday, depending on how many players we have. I would schedule out, or maybe kind of figure on like somewhere between an hour to 2 hours of time, and we can talk about what time we're going to do this, because we haven't really picked a time yet. But I was thinking 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. But if we need to, do something else, we can. Also, you will need to figure out your investment on where you're going to put your distribution of your 30K into your stocks before Monday of next week. And the reason for that is that everybody will be buying in on the weekend for whatever the closing price in the aftermarket hours was on their stocks. So your trading will begin pre-market of Monday morning. There's going to be 4 weeks of trading, at which point the 50% of the field is going to get taken out after the first 4 weeks. Then 2 weeks worth of trading and elimination occurs daily. So depending on how many people are left over, that remaining 50%, we're just going to take people out every single day, whoever the bottom earners are. That's it. Those are like some of the big major rules that we kind of discussed, and but I'm gonna kind of break down everything, and I'm gonna send out a Discord list of all the different stocks by Wednesday, so people can start researching them on Wednesday to see what they want. I hope to put out a list on Wednesday of the small, medium, and large cap stocks that you'll have to choose from. And then we can, sign up list can already happen. If you're already in the Discord, there is a chat room in there. There's 2 different chat rooms set up right now. There's a fantasy stocks chat and a fantasy stocks trades. And essentially what you're going to do is you're just going to go into the fantasy stocks chat and say, I'd like to join. Actually, you know what? I'm going to create a new one for that right now. Don't do that in chat. Not yet, because there's actually something else there. So I'm going to put in fantasy stock sign up. So I just created a channel for fantasy stock sign up. If you want to play, just make sure you go into that fantasy stock sign up. Just put in your, just say in or check mark or whatever. Just here, something. Just put something in there. Say cockles. I don't care what you say. Say bobblehead Ross. And then I know to put you on the list for sign up. And that'll hopefully whoever signs up will, if you decide between now and Wednesday that you want to sign up, it'll give me an idea how big of a list I need to have for Saturday's choices. But it's gonna be fun. I'll be posting up rules hopefully by Wednesday so that you understand the complete rules to the game and how the format's gonna work for the game and everything. But the only thing you're really gonna need to know at this point is that when I submit the lists on Wednesday for the small, medium, or small, mid, and large cap stocks, that you're gonna have some picks that you're gonna want to pick out. Tom D says, and it's free. That's right. It's totally free. And it's I think the fun part about this is I'm gonna have an Excel spreadsheet that's viewable only, so you guys can look at it. Everybody can check out how each individual person is, deciding to do their trading, and you can look for trading strategies, and you can, when it's all said and done, I'm gonna interview the winner. I'm going to interview the winner, and I'm going to pull them on and say, like, what was your trading strategy? What was going through your head? We might even do it weekly. I don't think I'm going to do it in the live stream unless we can choose to. I might do a separate weekly live stream on the weekends to interview the winner for each week, and just ask them what something completely separate from AMC and ADD, where we can just talk about it, and so that nobody's like, how I feel about the whole mixing AMC and Ape and all of these other stocks and stuff. So absolutely I can. I will list the link to the sign up for you guys right now. But it should be fun. Hopefully. Splinter says 2.5 million shares just popped up to short. Hold up a second here. Yep. You know what that means? They're closing positions. And you know what that also means, Splinter? It's bullish. Anytime they close out short interest, that is bullish. Z Wade says I'm a jabron, and I don't know what that means. Wait, let me look it up real quick here. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up my Urban Dictionary. A friend, a buddy. Is that what that is? Did I spell it right? Oh man, thanks. I appreciate that. That's what it says. A friendlier word for idiot. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so you were going for definition number 2, I assume. It says here a friend buddy. Number 2 is a friendlier word for idiot, and then number 3 says someone that farts in the bathtub and then plays with the bubbles and sniffs the farts. What the heck is that? Who even came up with that? What does that even mean? How do you get that out of Gibran? Oh, Roseanne, I'm sorry to hear about your Yankees. Let's see here. Did I say ADD? What did I say about ADD? Scavenger thinks the MOASS will happen. I don't know who Scavenger is, but Scavenger thinks the MOASS will not happen pre-market, as most people do not have access to trade at that time. Your thoughts? Historically, Francis, if you go back and you look, that's the only time when you can possibly have price increases without market halts. So I disagree completely. So the way the market works is that if you're going to have these massive jumps in prices without market circuit breakers tripping, they have to happen in the pre-market and after hours. And that's the big mistake, is that a lot of people seem to think that that volume comes from retail, and it doesn't necessarily. It comes from institutions. Institutions are doing all this buying and selling. We're responsible for maybe 10% of it, maybe 10%. So, do I think there's going to be big price movements during market hours? Yes. I'm not saying that can't happen. It's just there's going to be a lot of halts when it does. I didn't see it this weekend, musical companion, but I'm gonna go see it this next weekend. I'm gonna be the second wave of group of people it goes through. Because the problem with me, musical companion, is that for my family, because we usually buy like 7 or 8 tickets at a time, I never ever ever get a chance to usually see movies on opening night because we never think to buy the tickets that far in advance. So it really kind of sucks for like a really big family because we want to pick up like all the seats next to each other. Either way, either that or we have to split the family up and do like 4 top, 4 bottom, or 3 top, 3 bottom, something like that, where it just kind of sucks. So usually we see it like the second weekend, and we go at a time when nobody's going, like on a Thursday afternoon or something. MGTO says rumor Europe is liquidating. No kidding. That would maybe make a little bit of sense to why we suddenly saw 2 point something million shares just pop up. 2.5, is that what it's showing? It is bullish, guys. 2.5 million shares just popped up available to borrow. Because, Francis, you own your shares through institutions. That's how they can be in control. Deborah's Deborah says own. Do my own thing from that point on. Oh, okay. So I skipped your other message because it said at Mike, so I skipped it. Captain Awesome, that I've been thinking about that for a long time, like whose birthday, somebody inevitably is gonna have a birthday that falls non or near MOASS, and that's gonna be really cool for that person, whoever it ends up being. Dr. Zena says squeeze will almost certainly start pre or post market. Make sure you have after hours trading ability. I can't agree more. Go back historically and look. Some of the biggest moves that ever happen in pre and post market. You would be mistaken if you didn't have the ability to trade during those periods of time. It is probably of the most highest amount of importance to be able to make those trades. Sean, I missed your chat. Hold on a second. I'll scroll back up. Give me 1 second. I do that because my shit don't stink. That's cool. Yeah, going back to the whole Jabron thing, right? I've never heard that term before in my entire life. Captain Awesome said, shout out to all the November birthdays. I agree. Shout out to, actually, we got Tim Leedy's birthday is coming up here. I've had Tim's written down here on my board for so long that I can't even read it anymore. It's like starting to oxidize and just disappear. Hold on a second. I got to rewrite it or else I'm going to forget it. He's in 3 more days. I had to rewrite it. Yeah. uh, So Francis, it's not. I'm not saying that you're not going to have an opportunity, a good opportunity to sell. It's just not going to be one of the ideal points, right? Uh, Ideally, well, actually, let me ask you this question, Francis, because I'm just kind of curious. When you know, you say we do not have that ability to trade in the aftermarket hours, but aftermarket hours is market open hours for you. So how does that work? Like, are you only able to make trades during market open hours in the US? Meaning you got to stay up like really, really late? AMC level 2 live? I don't think so, man. That whole thing that's been drummed up is just a bunch of hooey. It's a big nothing burger. 11:17, Arthur. All right, you're making me write it down way early, so you probably need to remind me. But I'm writing it down. But sometimes this board gets erased. Sometimes kids come over and put their hands up here and stuff, and I lose things. Yeah, I'm not saying you won't have an opportunity to trade and get a good price during market hours. It's just not going to be ideal. Okay, we can only trade when the U.S. market opens, so that means you're going to need to make sure that you're awake. There may be a point at where you're going to have to be. I guess you're going to have to be awake because if we have 9 hours of trading and it opens at 2:30, right? Oh no, I stream for 9 hours. Hold on a second here. It's 390 minutes. 6.5 hours if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6.5 hours of trading. So that's not too bad. You don't have to stay up too late. Yes, Fidelity does have before and after hour trading, but it's limited to 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time until 7 p.m. No, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, well, maybe I want to, Arthur. Stop telling me what to do. 9:56, 4 minutes more, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers again here. Scott say no. Oh, all right, Scott, I'll write you down too. You guys keep making me write them out this far out in advance. What? Just tell me just before. Just tell me like the day before. Scott. All right. My mom's saying, speaking of birthdays and happy anniversary. Thank you. Tech we love. We hit SSR on Ape. That red line that you're seeing on the screen was SSR being tripped. I don't think so, Jathan. No, I don't think we have to see market bottom before MOASS. I think that you'll see MOASS before market bottom. In fact, what will cause market bottom, Jathan, will more than likely be due to the result of AMC investors. Actually, a lot of investors across the board. Like, there's gonna be tons of stocks that start spiking when you start seeing margins being called, and you're gonna see investors pulling out of the market, and that's what's gonna create a bottom. So I don't believe the bottom is going to be in yet once we exit. In fact, not only that, but I think there's going to be a bottom even after after investors pull out of a lot of stocks. I think some investors are going to come back and try and find some potential quote unquote really good deals in the market, and they're going to find that they get trapped into what they think is the bottom and is still not the bottom. I mean, historically, if you go back and you look, that's what happens. This fake bottom appears. Let's fake bottom. Hold on a second here. Let's just take a look at it. I'm just going to try and show you the spy from the past here, and just we'll take a blast in the past. And I think if you go back to, say, for example, maybe like 2008, right? So if I widen this out here just a little bit so you can see what happens is that I think you get this like big drop in price that happens right here, right? And then, hold on a second. Sorry, didn't realize I didn't have you guys on the right page. So you have this like massive drop. This part right here is where I think we're at right now on our market. But you see this big drop, and then this is kind of that spot where I think everybody kind of gets fooled into thinking that this is the bottom right here, right? And you get a little bit of a dip, probably some. What am I on here? Am I on the weekly? I'm on the weekly. Let me go to the daily real quick because this is the chart's kind of screwing with me a little bit, looking the way that it is. All right, let's go back to 2008 again here. All right. So you're gonna get this big drop. You're gonna see something that looks like a bottom. There's still gonna be a lot of volatility, and it's gonna kind of do this like semi kind of sort of bottom. People are gonna start buying into this probably on this rise rate in here somewhere, right? You have a lot of investors going like, okay, this, it hit some kind of bottom here and it bounced and it's going to start heading up here. It's time to get back in. And then you're going to have the real bottom come in, right? And this is where everybody's going to sit there and they're going to be like, oh, surely there's no way this is going to go down further. And you're going to get that one last dip that where you're basically going to have distribution and the other word. Why did I just lose it? It happens, guys. I feel like you get to a certain age and it's just kind of like words escape you. Collections. That's not what it's called, though. Why am I having such a hard time remembering the word? Accumulation. I'm not looking at what you guys are writing, but it's accumulation. So distribution, and then you've got accumulation. And then, that's going to truly be the bottom. But a lot of people won't see that coming. They'll be buying into something like this. They'll think that little V shape is this one right here, and everybody's going to see the price bouncing off of this and going like, oh, now's a great time to get in. We've surely reached the bottom by now. Wrong. One more. So a lot of people are going to make that mistake though. And if you don't think so, you can go back and you can take a look at some of the other times in history where this has happened before. For example, back in 2000, you get that same V shape, right? You got this what appears to be this last V shape right here, and everybody's like, "Oh, buy, 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 buy." No, we were timed it wrong. We thought this was the bottom, but it wasn't. It was actually this down here that was the real bottom. So people will get fooled into thinking that there's a bottom and there's not. It's not in yet. So this is that little price rise that we're going to have here in the market for a little bit before seeing the after elections fallout, and then we'll have some kind of false bottom, and then there'll be more. But it happens every time, guys. This is why knowing how the market loves to fool people into making the wrong decisions at the wrong times, so that the market can make money off you because you're easy money, dumb money, as they like to refer to us. No, I'm not gonna write it down, Jay. The winner gets Casey's shaved beard and stock fantasy. Actually, no. I do have something that I can gift away. There will be a gift. There will be a gift for the winner of Stonk Fantasy, and I don't know if I should say what it is or not in advance, but it'll just go to the first place person, and that's it. Scott Stephenson says, and it makes that exact sound. Roseanne says, I can relate, Casey. I can't remember why I went into the pantry when it's right next to the kitchen. I have done that. Have you ever gone to the fridge? The worst thing is you walk into the fridge, you open up the fridge, and you're like, you have so much passion and dedication about walking up to the fridge and opening up that door. You open it up, and you're like, I have no idea why I'm standing here having cold air hitting me in the face, but I came here for a reason. You're just sitting there looking at everything in the fridge, like, surely something in here will jog my memory. And then you realize that that's not what you came over there for to open the fridge at all. All you wanted was water out of the damn front of the fridge. You didn't even need to open it. It was on the other side of the door that you just opened, and now you can't remember because it's not in front of you anymore. It happens to me. I don't actually get water from the fridge anymore, but because we have a zero filter, but that used to happen to me all the time. Musical Companion says, tinfoil hat here. A financial crisis has occurred. 1929 Athletics, soon to be Phillies. 1980 Phillies, 2008 Phillies, 2022 Phillies TBD. Wow, interesting. Interesting. Wouldn't that be weird? Lucas says, Casey, I just want to say that I really appreciate what you do. You're one of the only channels covering AMC where I still learn new things in good DD on a daily basis. Keep going. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Ooh, Nana. You guessed it. You guessed it. Show me on the doll where the bad man touched your beard. He actually grabbed it. Like I don't know if you ever seen somebody just kind of here. Hold on a second. I'll show you what he did to me. This is what he did to me. He just wait. Hold on a second. Okay, he just did one of these numbers. He just did that. He went. Oh, that's nice. Actually, the was a little longer. He went. Oh, that's nice. So embarrassing. Don't trip. Hello. How's it going? I just saw your message. Let me scroll back up and see if you said something else here. Okay, no, you didn't. All right. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers. It's actually 7 minutes past the hour, and I like to do the numbers now. And I feel like Don't Trip wants to say something, but so I'll wait for you, Don't Trip. Where do you think we are on the Wyckoff chart? Massive massive distribution. Because if you think about it, who asked that question? Derek. If you think about it, if they can keep selling stocks and driving the price down, and they owe all these shares to their investors, they are absolutely making a killing right now, right? Because they're going to be able to sell all of these. They're going to be able to give these shares, these cheaper shares, to investors out there who are holding shares at a much cheaper price, so they'll be able to make a ton of money or not owe as much money on the shares that they owe to their investors that are investing, the retail investors. So they're going to be making a killing on this price moving down. So this is distribution. On the grand scheme of things, this is distribution. I mean, I'd have to pull up an actual Wyckoff chart to see exactly where, because I'm sure there's like a spot on there I could probably pick out even better. Yeah, she is a hottie, Deborah. I agree. I don't smoke the devil's lettuce, Musky Doge. Don't Trip says no. I didn't, Casey. Who is a good broker to go with? So in the description box of this channel, and I one thing that I'm not gonna, you'll never see me give you that kind of information. Don't Trip, because it would be unethical for me to do that. But what I do have in the description box there is rule number 3. It says only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin accounts. There is a list that is there. It's a wiki list, and you can pull that list up and you can see what brokers did last year when they took away the buy button. And it lists out like what all brokers did last year when that went down. I can't promise you anything, Don't Trip. You have to realize that I have no way of knowing what the positions are of any of these institutions. I cannot promise you that they're not going to do something different than what they did from last year. All I can say is I like to base my decisions based off of historical evidence. And if there are institutions out there who are treating their customers like crap historically, then I want to know that. Because that's not who I'm going to put my money invest, and that's not who I'm going to invest my money with. Because I don't want to get treated like crap in a once in a lifetime event. So, you know, use the information as you can, but I cannot promise you that even the good brokers will be good this time around. So, just know you get what you pay for. That's really what it comes down to. You get what you pay for. No. Teresa Kirby, I will not go live pre-market if it starts to run beforehand. And the reason for that is that it will only be a precursor. I promise you that if you go back and you look at the 25th of January of GME and you look at it, it ran from like 60 some odd dollars or 50 some odd dollars to 140 bucks, and then it went right back down again before market even opened in the morning. Like, you will probably wake up to seeing something like that where price runs up to some amazing number and comes crashing right back down to what it was before you even woke up. And you're going to sit there and you're going to be going like, did I miss the squeeze? Did I miss it? I can't believe I missed it. No, no. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. There's no need to panic. Just wait, relax, take a couple deep breaths. When that happens, go drink some coffee and just get ready for the morning. Joe Dirt says, when he touched your beard, did any food fall out of it? I had eaten because it's Stubbs. We were at Stubbs, which is a barbecue place, right? And so I had one of their pulled pork sandwiches and a sausage wrap because we hadn't had any dinner. So I ate those two things, and I was kind of worried that there might be, um, but I have no idea. I didn't see anything fall out, so I have no idea. All right, let's get it. I gotta move on, guys. I gotta move on to the numbers, so because it's 10:12. But before I do, I I need a little bobblehead Ross moment here. Hold on a second.
You know me, I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there. Let's get him a friend. Everybody needs a friend.
Everybody needs a friend. You got a friend in me. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you're writing. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent you from having somebody get into your account that shouldn't be in there. And it's good protection to have. And while you're setting it up, make sure you have a secondary phone number set up for it, so that if something happens to your primary, you still have the opportunity to get in there. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here. Give me 1 second. Gonna move a couple screens over, and we'll take a look at what's happening. What's happening? Dude, shoot, I forgot the name of the Cheech and Chong movie. Was it Born East LA or something like that? That was like one of the funniest. You have to wave it like you're cutting a fart. If you've seen it, you've seen it. You know what I'm talking about. Let's take a look at our numbers here. This is the second time running through the numbers since market opened, so I'm not going to go through everything. But starting with off exchange, which is sitting right here next to me, let's just take a look at what we got. 49% is what I would expect to see in off exchange by this time in the morning for AMC and Ape, and then EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Currently, we got 46.92 for AMC and EDGX at 9.15. Those numbers are definitely low. We should be seeing some price discovery as a result of that, unless there's just not a whole lot of market volume for the day today. CHX volume is 2,254. Going back, I'm going to scroll down here just a tad. You guys won't be able to see this, but going back to last Friday, we had on CHX 69,723 shares traded through CHX, and I do think that it's a settlement exchange. That could be significant. Taking a look at Ape, current amount of volume going through the off exchanges at 54.51. That's definitely elevated. EDGX at 11.21, right where it should be. Combined off exchange volume, or combined volume going through those exchanges, is 65.72%. CHX at 7,228 shares having been traded so far through that exchange. Taking a look at Vortex. Wow. Oh, no, never mind. I was looking at the wrong number. Okay, so we have, you guys are like, what? Sorry. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far this morning, 1.05 million. And that's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.15%. Cost per average is at 20.21. Shares on loan for the day to day is at 184.21 million shares. That is down 2.8 million shares from last Friday. And I'm estimating about 927,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. Short interest closing is always bullish. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 223,000 shares having been returned. It's now 1.66 million shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 6.96%. Cost per hour averages at 8.28%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down by 500,000 shares day over day to 27.15 million shares. There is still more shares on loan in short interest than there is on loan. Keep that in mind. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for AMC options. There is no AMC 1 expirations for this week. Highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike. An hour ago at $7, there's 3.6 thousand contracts. There's now 5.3. On puts, for $6, there was 2.5 thousand contracts. There's now 3.8. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $8.73. You can see price was moving down this wedge here pretty well. It started to break out down low, and it was probably right around the time the Ape was triggering SSR, and then you can see the quick reversal on the combined price of AMC and Ape, and now we just kind of settled on that $8.70 fib retracement. Whether or not they try to break this down further, we'll have to watch and see. Look for 870 to hold. Right now, the combined price is 869, so we want to see 870 hold. If not, we may see this work its way down further. And more than likely, that means the whole market's probably moving down with it. But let's check some things out and see why that would be the case here in just a minute. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only things I'm looking at for orders by Fidelity customers. And the only one that was on the list an hour ago was Ape. Ape and GME are now on the list. Ape has a very strong 69% buys, nice, to 30% sales. GME has 66% buys to 33% sales. Ape or AMC has low orders likely, and probably the reason why it's not on the list. Shares available to borrow. Oh, actually, let's start with SSR. SSR triggers at $5.84 for the day-to-day on AMC, and it triggers for at 2.403 for Ape, and did trigger this morning. Shares available to borrow is at 2.6 million shares, and there's 75,000 in ETFs. So there was a massive return on shares here, right around like 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. Fees are still at 7, even though there was a return of 2.6 million shares, fees are still at 17.9%. Usually when you see these numbers drive up, you see fees drop a little. We'll see if that happens or not. Taking a look at the NASDAQ, it is down 0.37. Dow Jones is up 0.7, and the S&P 500 is down, or up rather, 0.38. We have a kind of a mixed market right now. We have 3,723 decliners to 2,954 advancers. The first thing I'm actually going to take a look at here is the dollar. The dollar is down right now 0.04, so very fractionally. The SPY is up 0.4. But even though that's up, we have, oops, wrong. I just clicked on the wrong thing. We have VIX also being up. It's very uncommon to see VIX up when the SPY's up. Volatility can still occur with price moving upwards, but we are seeing VIX at 2.22 and at 30.35. VTI is currently up 0.38, IWD up 0.56, Tesla's down 5.03, Amazon's down 0.8, Cinemark is down 0.26, Doge is down 2.07, Bitcoin's down 1.53, GME is down 4.01, HYMC is down 3.86, Hood is down 3.5, NCMI is down 1.06 after tripping Ape. After having tripped 10% down, it's now only down 7.92, and AMC is down 3.42. Inflow versus outflow. Currently, we have about $900,000 more on inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, with 7.02 million shares traded after 111 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on pace for 24.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Give me 1 second here. I just want to see something. Yeah, okay, just want to make sure I got that right. Okay. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares traded that I suggested in pre-market. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover of the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI sitting at 42.72, which is below average. It has definitely cooled off RSI quite a bit coming down this far. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence occurring in the next 30 minutes. RSI at 40.48, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.66, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, there is currently $600,000 more on outflow than inflow. 10.26 million shares traded so far after 112 minutes of trading. That puts us on pace for about 35.7 million shares traded. So I suggested in the pre-market we were going to see somewhere between 40 and 60. So this dropped. I mean, we were just underneath 60 an hour ago. The amount of volume that dropped in the last hour for our pace is just massive, massive, massive drop in volume. This kind of tells me that we're probably going to see a spike in volume in the later portion of the day today. More than likely, how much it's going to spike by, I have no idea. But I would be watching closely because I do think that's going to be a very strong possibility. Look at the volatility that's going on right here with the on the 5-minute Bollinger Bands here, just massive. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 44.18, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 35.57, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.78 after having dipped under into the oversold um, signaling. Let's just take a look at the 1 minute here real quickly. Yeah, I would watch for volume spiking in the later portion of the day for the day today. We may see some like afternoon type runish. Give me a second here. I just want to close out all these yellow news flags. Drive me nuts. OCD. Gotta get rid of them. If anybody knows a way to get like just massively like get rid of them all without on a one button touch, let me know. Where are we moving to in price? Great question. It seems that we found a very strong level of support. Right about there at the $6.23 range. Whether or not we continue to hold that, we'll see. But I tend to think this looks bearish. But we have been seeing some of these bearish breakouts kind of actually going bullish. So we'll have to watch, but I think there's going to be some movement here shortly. We do have falling price. Actually, hold on a second. We have falling volume and rising price. This could break out going down. It's hard to say for sure. Taking a look, that's for AMC. Taking a look at Ape. I think tripping SSR was probably key this morning. And based on the amount of volume that I saw that was supposed to be here for pre-market, this kind of leads me to believe that there's something's going to be cooking off here a little bit, and I don't know that I can really look at this right now and say that I have a good idea as to where this is moving towards, but let's just keep an eye on. As long as it stays above that SSR trip at 2.4, we could see, more. I think we could potentially see some price rising after tripping that. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. I don't know if you're responding to me, don't trip, but I guess you're welcome. Somebody got you taken care of apparently. That's good. Yukon says Bob Ross Halloween costumes are the best. I don't think I've seen any of those. Turtle says when AMC is 100 plus a share, that's when I know something's happening. Well, Turtle, ironically enough, that's why I'm shaving the beard at 90. So I tend to agree with you, and I actually think that 110 is kind of the key number that I'm looking for. Um, it used to be 90 a long, long time ago. The only reason that I've changed it to $110 instead of 90 is simply because of the fact that dilution occurred. And I think that in order to know that the price is going to have a continuation above to bigger, higher numbers, I feel like that dilution does tend to force larger price movements in order to get a run to occur. That's not from experience. I'm kind of guesstimating a little. ABC says SSR triggered equals turn on the printing press, essentially. Yes. My biggest fan says, due to inflation, when AMC moons $1 million bucks, will buy you a Happy Meal from McDonald's. Uh, if you're lucky, they'll include a one of those Monopoly um, tickets on your fries or your drink or something too. That's funny. Let's see here. Sam says, Casey, on your break, can you look into what Ape Radio is talking about this morning? Some real interesting stuff. Want your opinion on, bro? Does it have to do with the merger? Just out of curiosity. Thick. You must be in San Francisco. It's always San Francisco, man. San Francisco always has delayed flights. It's like it's probably the most common place to get delayed in flights on than anywhere I mean, I can't say I've flown north very much, but out of all the places that I've ever been flying through, Vegas, weird. That's weird that your flight would be delayed in Vegas. They're usually really good on I wonder if there's a problem. Maybe there's a problem with the plane. Hey man, if they're putting $3 screws into the plane because they're missing, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Take the delay. Yeah, I can go take a listen to what they're saying over there on my break. I don't know if I'm gonna get. I mean, I'll be walking into it kind of late because I'm not going over there till for at least another 40 minutes or so. So they probably won't be talking about it anymore. But You know what we could do is we can just go straight to looking. I can go up to their. Um, I gotta turn my volume down here real quick on my phone. But let me go into the room real quick and just see if they've got something posted up top to uh, the jumbotron or whatever they call it. He's if he says something to me. Um, hmm. Yeah, it sounds like the whole. Yeah, it sounds like they're talking about Europe essentially. So if Europe really truly and honestly is having liquidations that's occurring over there, then we'll see it. It'll show up. There'll be forced buying that occurs, and um, my guess is that anybody who's holding shares of AMC or any stock at all, if your broker goes into margin, this is why I've been talking so heavily about being in cash accounts and not margin accounts. If you're in margin accounts and your broker gets liquidated, your margin's going to get closed out. They're just going to close you, and you won't have. Well, that's how it works here in the U.S. I don't know how it works over there for you guys, but you could be forced into a close only, or not even a close only position. You might be forced into a position to where you just get closed out. Period. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work for you guys over there. I really have no idea. No, I don't think they're talking about a merger. They're talking about the whole Europe thing. Truly and honestly, if your brokers are being liquidated over there, then I don't know how that's going to work for everybody. I really don't. Yeah, that whole merger rumor thing, that thing's that's bogus. In regards to let's check out and see. I'm gonna look up market news for Europe if I can spell. Gee whiz. Let's see here. 5 hours ago, European stocks rise on hopes of Fed pause pros, process slides on China woes. Europe markets up 1.6 with utilities leading gains. Rishi Sunak to be new UK Prime Minister. I have no idea who that is. I've never heard that name before. Let's see here. So the one thing that I don't understand though is how could they, if the European markets are closed, how in the world could they know that there's I mean, you shouldn't be seeing anything happening. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious how they're. Hey guys, Ape Radio is a great place for information too. If you find out something over there, bring it back over with you. These guys are good guys, and they do find out a lot of information over there. Margin account. If your broker gets liquidated and you're on margin, this is why I've been saying for so long, you don't want to be in margin accounts. This is exactly the reason why I've told you guys, like, so for such a long time, you need to make sure that your AMC shares are not held on margin. If your AMC shares are held on margin in a margin account, if your broker gets liquidated, those shares end up getting liquidated right with the broker. So be careful. This is one of the main reasons that it's like rule number 3. I've got 3 rules for trading this entire thing, and that's rule number 3 is uh, cash account, no margin account. This is the big reason why I've said for a long time, GTFO on margin accounts. You're holding your shares in there and you're just asking to have yourself liquidated. Plus, when you're sitting in a margin account, your broker can lend out your shares without your permission. That's another reason why. We want them to loan shares, just not ours. I can tell you right now, though, if there's liquidations occurring, and I doubt they're occurring right now because their market should be closed. But if there's liquidations that are occurring in Europe, then that will definitely impact markets over here as well. Francis says, first British Asian to be named Prime Minister. He was former Chancellor to Boris Johnson. Resigned and did not win vote for previous Prime Minister Liz Truss. She got, well, I don't, did she get booted or did she quit? Rishi is now back in. It's complicated. It sounds like it. Margin accounts are very successful full-time day traders who have time to trade more than 10 trades per day, and they have the money to cover unexpected. That's all, or that all. Dr. Dazzle says, do midterms have anything to do with the way the market is going? I do. I would agree with that statement. Yes. Francis says she jumped before she got booted. Okay. No, don't worry about it, Z-Wade. Some of it I can understand, but the last part of that I didn't understand though. It was just the very last portion of it. Yeah, don't apologize, man. Psh, you should see how I type. Don't even worry about it. It's not a big deal. I'm the world's worst speller. If it hadn't been for spell check, I would have been probably everybody would have just considered me an idiot my whole life. So, they only considered me an idiot for the first part when I didn't have spell check. The other part, everybody was like, "Oh, they didn't know. They had no idea." I had spell check, word perfect. We started out with word perfect when I was younger, and then later on became just known as spell check. But word perfect had that spell checker in there. And I can't remember what it was called. There was something. It might have just been called spell check. Oh, actually, it wasn't word perfect. Was it word perfect? Yeah, I think it was word perfect. Deborah says TD Ameritrade took my only share I had on it about a year ago. I was on margin and didn't use it, and and didn't see their alert. But yes, they can be thieves. Yep, I believe it, Deborah. I know that's the case. That's the reason why I put it in here. You want to know what else is funny, Deborah? I've been saying this for a long, long time, and guess what? When we got close to the, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Tony DeNaro had some of his positions in margin and uh, before the dividend issuance of Ape, and he changed everything. He changed it like right beforehand because he didn't want to get stuck in a position where he wasn't going to get the dividend. But this is the exact reason why I've been saying it for such a long time. Like if you're stuck in a margin account and some crazy shit goes down, you're gonna regret it like crazy. Yeah. Francis saying she was the shortest prime minister in UK history, 45 days. I think she will get lifelong payment for 115K per year, although she did not earn it. That's what I heard. Stop, Z-Wade. Just stop. Let me see if I can find some more information on it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look. No, I'm not. I'm not going to. I'm gonna wait. Let me pull up. I'm gonna look at Twitter real quick here because I have a feeling I might be getting some messages. Perhaps maybe in relation to that. Give me 1 second. I'm just looking through the information here to see what all has been posted. Hold on a second. Historically, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated has traded under the following aliases: AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated, ANC, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated, and AMCO2-/29/2, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated. Insiders include Coloniero Stefan, Locke Gary, later Philip, Sussman Adam. Okay, so these are all people from the board of directors. I recognize the names. What? I don't. Why do I feel like this is like? Hmm. Something going on here. Hold on a second. I'm reading through some stuff here. Hmm. This looks like they've set up company names and stock symbols for each person from the board. So if I had to guess, what this kind of looks like to me is if they're going to pay a bonus, perhaps maybe to use some of the board of directors, and they're going to do it through a stock symbol or name, they may have like some separate company names and stock symbol that may be separate for them to be able to collect their bonuses. But I mean that's just purely me just kind of guessing like what the reason is for all this. But essentially, there's a SEC report, and I can link you guys to it here. That's the link to the report. You can go down to company names and stock symbols that are showing up there. But um, I'm just kind of looking through this right now to see if there's anything in here that makes any sense to me. I'm not sure why they're linking to this exactly. Let me check. One of the things I do like to do is anytime somebody releases information out there, I always check the account to see who it is, what they've said in the past, like is there some kind of um, agenda that the person's pushing. Okay, so far, everything that I see that they're writing in here is cool. I'm good with what they're saying so far. But this is, I'll kind of link you guys to the post that's being put out there, and I'm not sure exactly what it is that they're trying to say by this, but I will post the link to it for you guys to see. I don't want to retweet this out yet because I don't think that I'm not sure if I fully understand what it is that they're trying to say or insinuate by showing this, and without looking into it myself and understanding what the purpose of why this is being said or put out there. Blue sky laws are state-level anti-fraud regulations that require issuers of securities to be registered and to disclose details of their offerings. Blue sky laws create the liability for issuers, allowing legal authorities and investors to bring action against them for failing to live up to the law's provisions. Let's see here. Hmm. I feel like they're I feel like they're trying to make a case here for something, and I'm not putting two and two together quite yet. Yeah, I saw it. I'm looking at it, Sam. I have no idea what it has to do with them. Seska 468 says something about if AMC were to be bought by another company, AMC and Ape shares would be absorbed into the new company. This would be accurate. Let's see here. The lady that posted this info, Casey, was on Ape Radio, but they got into an argument and she left and seemed scared for some reason because she had this info something and then have to look into this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it deeper before I can comment on it too much, but yeah, she sounded scared. I was listening briefly to it, her talking, and then just kind of left. But you know, if there's one thing that I don't do, guys, is I don't just read something and instantly panic. You know, I'd like to absorb the information first, do a little bit of research into it, try to understand where it's coming from, understand the sources, why there might be some agenda for pushing some kind of information. A lot of times, people in this community will come forward with some kind of new information, and when you start doing the digging, you find out who they stand behind and what they have to represent. You start to understand the bigger picture as to why they're pushing a narrative. So always make sure that you suspect every single person who puts out a source of information, and see if you can't make some of the ties and links between people. Some of the stuff goes really, really, really deep, guys. And I know it sounds like such a headache, but that's what you really have to do is you have to sit down. You really have to analyze where the information's coming from, who the source is, whether they've been doing it for a long time. Are they a valid source of information, or did they just suddenly appear out of nowhere? That's probably one of the biggest things is if you see somebody who's, and I'm not saying Sylvia has not been a part of the community for a while, but when you see somebody who just appears out of nowhere posting something, or it's a new account. She's got an account from 2019. She's got 2,682 followers with 1,791 following. So she seems like a pretty legit account, but you got to be really, really careful when you're going through this stuff and making sure she's following me, I'm following her. I normally follow almost everybody if I look at their account and verify that they are an AMC holder. So this could be legit information. What she's trying to point out specifically, I'm not sure. We'll have to just keep our eyes open and see what it is and see if we can't connect the dots. Um, but always be like, make sure you're always doing your due diligence and making sure that wherever the information's coming from, don't just hop onto the bandwagon of like, oh, it's new news, let's just post it. Yeah, I know, Mike. The problem is, Mike, is that we've all become um, a little jaded. To be honest with you, we've been in this play for 2 years, and we've seen a lot of people like just come out of the woodworks with new information where it sadly over time people become jaded and the first instinctive thing to do is to attack the new information to see how legitimate it is and see if it can actually back itself up, which is really it's sad, but um, we've had to deal with a lot of stuff, man. We've had to deal with a lot of stuff, and when you consider how much of I mean, just think about it. Like, there was a point in time where there were people who were just like absolutely thrilled that Mark Cahotis was part of doing what it was that he was doing. Like everybody was all excited about Mark Cahotis, like, oh, he was an ex hedge fund seller, and he's coming in here, and he's going to tell us how we can fix everything, how we're going to be able to MOASS, and everybody's all excited, and next thing you know, Mark's just trying to sell everybody on T0. Right, and he didn't give two shits about anybody in the community, and it was just kind of one of those things where it was just like you got to be you got to be super careful. We're all jaded, man. We're all jaded. This is I'm not going to give out a name. I already posted the link to her tweet, so if you want to go look it up, you can. As of right now, though, I'm just gonna. She's not spelling anything out. She's kind of making links between things, but she's not really spelling any one thing out yet. She's kind of linking the blue sky laws with the fact that there's additional SEC filings for holdings of AMC that are out in existence. But I'm not sure what kind of link she's trying to make to that. Deborah, that T90 thing was all brought on by that 11880 ruling, the FINRA 11880 ruling, and that's just a bunch. That's bogus. There's no, you don't have. Oh man, I'm forgetting the name of it. Give me a second, I'll pull it up. I'm not gonna be able to remember it off the top of my head. Syndicate. I couldn't remember the name of this. I even played a video game called Syndicate. Anyways, selling Syndicate, right? So, and I'll link you to the ruling for this, just so you can look it up and see for yourself. But they're pulling up this ruling, this FINRA 11880 ruling right here, which refers to IPOs. Right, and the very first definition, it lists off like four major definitions, is it, or is it maybe five? Yeah, four definitions. But they wanted everybody to see this fourth one down here, right? This is the one that they wanted everybody to focus on was syndicate settlement date means the date upon which corporate securities of a public offering are delivered by the issuer to or for the account of the syndicate members. Final settlement of syndicate accounts shall be in effect by the syndicate manager within 90 days following the syndicate settlement date. Well, that's all great and dandy and everything, but you can't just skip to definition number 4 and say like, see, look, guys, T90, we're gonna MOASS in T90 because you got to read the rest of it. What is a selling syndicate? Rule definition number 1: a selling syndicate means a syndicate formed in connection with a public offering to distribute all or part of issue of corporate securities by sales made directly to the public by or through participants in such syndicate. The problem is that the dividend that was offered was not a public offering. It wasn't. AMC didn't sell a damn thing. So you can't have a selling syndicate if you don't have a public offering. So this whole thing was null and void. This whole 11880, there were no selling syndicates because AMC didn't sell a damn Ape share to begin with. It was all dividend issued. So there was no selling syndicates that were created. And so therefore this whole 90-day thing is never going to be a possibility because there was no syndicates that were created. Now, there is an offering that is being created now by AMC, of Ape, for 425 million shares. Could there be selling syndicates that are created with the issuance of the 425 million shares of Ape? Possibly. According to this, it says any syndicate formed in connection with a public offering to distribute all or part of an issue of corporate securities by sales made directly to the public by or through participants in such syndicate. So yes, absolutely. Based on that definition of that rule, there could be selling syndicates that could be created to purchase up Ape shares of the 425 million that are out there, sell those at a higher price than what they buy them for, and then at which point they would have 90 days to deliver those. But when on the 22nd of last month, when these were initially started, no, it is impossible for there to be a selling syndicate. There were no public offerings. So it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like you got to read the information and make sense of it. There's no selling syndicate. It's plain and simple. There was no selling syndicate. There was no offering made, Marcel. There was 0 offerings made. They can't make an offering for something that's not being sold. In order for them to have done that, they would have had to have AMC would have had to have sold shares, and they didn't sell a single share. So there was no way for there to be any kind of selling syndicate created whatsoever. It may be the real butcher. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I think I gave him a tool before, so it may not be the real Marcel. I can't remember if I gave him a tool or not. I think I did. You can't. I mean, you just can't have a selling syndicate when there's no offering. It's impossible. You gotta have something to buy, and if you don't have anything to buy, then you can't have a selling syndicate. Now, with the issuance of the 425 million shares that they're offering now, yes, there could be. There absolutely could be in that particular case. But in the past, that was all shares that were just given to people based off of a share dividend. So there's absolutely no way to have a selling syndicate. It doesn't. It just means that the whole T90 thing was nothing, RB. That's all. That 11880 ruling has no bearing whatsoever over what's happening with AMC. The only way that it would have a bearing over AMC whatsoever is if there was a selling syndicate that would have been created. The only way the selling syndicate would have been created is if AMC was selling shares, and since they didn't sell any shares, there was no syndicates. And the other thing to prove that, and I can actually show you how you can prove it. If you look at the failure to delivers, what day did the failure to delivers occur on? If there was truly and honestly a syndicate that could have been formed, failure to delivers would have occurred on day 1, the 22nd. You wouldn't have had failure to delivers occurring on the 24th, but you had to have people selling shares in order for there to be shares to be purchased. And since you have a T+2 settlement cycle, the only way that you would have had any kind of failure to delivers occur on any specific day would have been as if people sold on day number 1, the 22nd, and then this T+2 settlement happening on the 24th. And that's why the 24th was the first day where you see failure to deliver start occurring, is because there's no way that if there was a single share sold by AMC, it was already in our possession. Those shares already had to be in our possession, so there was no way that you could have had any kind of selling syndicates. Otherwise, if you did have selling syndicates, failure delivers would have started on the 22nd, and that would have been proof that there were selling syndicates that were out there. But they didn't have any selling syndicates because there were no shares sold. They were sold by AMC shareholders. Those were the shares that were sold, and the failure delivers came 2 days later because they were not delivered on time from the shares that were purchased on the 22nd. Whoa. Savvy, what's going on? But you still have to have, if you have, so you have to understand though that if you buy a share, right? If you buy a share from the company, your failure to deliver occurs on the very first day because there is the ex dividend date was the 22nd. So the failure to deliver would have occurred on the 22nd. If there's no failure to delivers on the 22nd, it is undeniable proof that there was no selling syndicates because they could not pick up a single share on the very first day. The delivery would have been on the ex dividend date of the 22nd. They would have been able to pick up shares on the 22nd, so the failure delivers would have occurred on the 22nd. It is undeniable proof that the failure delivers occurring on the 24th meant that it had to have come from people who were selling their shares. There's no other way around it. But if the company had sold shares, then they definitely would have had those failure delivers occurring on the same day. Same day settlement only for the T0, the settlement, the ex-dividend date though. That's what you got to remember. It was same day delivery for only for the ex-dividend date, which was the 22nd, because those shares should have all just been created and ready to be distributed, and it would have just been going out right on that day. But you didn't. You didn't have that happen. Like some people didn't even receive their shares until like I don't know. There might even be people still out there that don't have their shares. I don't know, but you legitimately had like people that up until Friday, I think I was recording people who were stating that they still didn't have shares. So there still wasn't deliveries, but delivery of shares is not necessarily a failure to deliver. That's something entirely different. Failure to delivers and shares being delivered, from the ex-dividend date, completely separate things. Take care, Marcel. Marcel, do me a favor and drop me if this is the real Marcel. Can you drop me a line in Discord or something, just so I know? Because I always like to add toolbars next to the real people, so that I the real YouTubers that are out there, just because I want to make sure that people know that it's the real person. And I'm surprised I didn't put one next to your name before, but thank you, I appreciate it, man. All right, it is time to take a look at the numbers. You just say like hi or something. It doesn't have to be anything long or anything. Just say like, yeah, it's me. Just so I know. And then I can add the toolbar next to your name in here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. And if you don't mind, let's see, hold on a second here. I just got to look at my phone real fast. I'm getting blown up on my phone here, and I just got to figure out like if this is something I got to respond to or not. Let's see here. It's my dentist appointment. All right, cool. Nothing crazy. Oh yeah, we talk. We talk from time to time. I was supposed to go like a week or two ago on a Friday. I think it was 2 weeks ago on Friday. I was supposed to go, and he asked me to come over onto the live stream and talk with him. But I was so wasted at the end of that week. I was just so tired. There's no way I could do it, and I didn't want to give him, like I just didn't want to give him like a beat down version of Casey. So I told him I declined, but I was like, man, I really want to, but I can't. I'm so tired. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent you from having somebody get into your account that shouldn't be there. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Yeah, Savvy, hold up on the timeouts on Sam. Sam, just I don't know what was said exactly. Just So, all right, let me play the intermediary here for just a second between you and Sam and Savvy, real quick. I know who Sam is, Savvy, and just he's all right. But there is some Sam has some personal opinions about certain people and in the community, and Sam, like legit, I don't know, man. Like just be careful. Like just kind of try to be respectful, people. You know what I'm saying? Like I know it's okay to have your own personal feelings about, you don't have to apologize, but just like if boss is here, you know, just you don't have to like say call 'em out names or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but just I'm just trying to create peace and less drama. So Sam's not a shill. He just he has strong opinions about certain people in the community, and I think everybody's entitled to that. I don't. I think we all have our own opinions about certain people, and we can all feel the way that we choose to feel. Yeah. Arthur's all like, let's all take a deep breath here. All right, let's go to the numbers. We're gonna get on to the numbers here. We're gonna kind of bypass this. Sam, we're cool. Savvy, we're cool. We'll all just kind of move on from here. We'll have a bobblehead moment here from Bobblehead Ross, and move forward.
This would be a good place for my little squirrel to live.
Okay, that was probably one of his more fitting comments that he could have had, but let's move on to the numbers. Oh boy, the drama. It just got real hot real quick. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with two-factor authentication. I already talked to you guys about that. Moving on to off exchange, which is sitting here right next to my head. Let's take a look at those numbers real quick. We've got off exchange showing up at 46.07%. That's actually really, really low for AMC for this time of the day. 46.07% and EDGX at 9.08 for a grand total 55.15%. That's low by I don't know, probably around 10% by this time of the day. Taking a look at CHX volume, it's at 2,365 shares. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, it's sitting at 55.42 and EDGX at 10.3 for a grand total 65.72%. Let's see here. CHX has volume in the range of 7,328 shares traded so far. Taking a look at Ortex data. It's hard to keep peace in this community. Not everybody agrees, but I try to do it as much as possible. Everybody's got strong opinions. So earlier, an hour ago, we had 1.05 million shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 2.57 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float on AMC to 18.92%. Cost per hour average is at 20.22. Shares on loan right now is at 184.21 million shares. That is a decrease of 2.8 million shares day over day in shares on loan. I'm estimating about 927,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. That is bullish when you see short interest closing out, especially if price moved down. Let's see here. Let's take a look at Ape. An hour ago for Ape, there was 1.66 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.68. That's going to have the effect of not really doing anything to the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is sitting at 6.96. Cost per hour average at 8.28, which is higher than it was yesterday, or last week, I should say. Shares on loan, 27.15 million shares. That is down day over day by 500,000 shares, likely in short interest that was closed out. Do note that the amount of shares in short interest is showing higher currently than how much is on loan. That is possible. Taking a look at options. Only looking at AMC options, the next Ape, AMC 1, which is the combined AMC and Ape, there's not another expiration until December. Let's see here. We've got an hour ago at a $7 strike for calls. There was 5.3 thousand contracts. There's now 7.5. And on puts, we had at a $6 strike, 3.8 thousand contracts. We now have 4.5. Market's kind of indicating perhaps a closing price between $6 and $7 for AMC for the day today. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around, and I'll continue on. The price right now on AMC, just throwing it out there, is $6.42. But the current combined price of the two, sitting at $8.95. Price is starting to work its way back up here. It does look like we might have a very non-threatening ascending wedge. It could even be an ascending broadening wedge. That's kind of what it looks like, but we'll see here. Looks like we may see some kind of break. When price is moving up like this, you need to see increasing volume in order for there to be a continuation. So breaking upwards on this, you're going to want to see a continuation on increasing volume as the day moves forward. But the combined price is $8.97 currently. I just realized something. I'm gonna have to tell. I gotta tell Pantheon something. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's take a look at that. Ape and GME were the only two that's been on this list for the day today, and that's likely due to low volume on AMC. Let's see what we got going on here. We've got Ape still on the list, GME still on the list here. Ape has a strong 69% buy, nice, to 30% sell ratio. GME coming in here at 69% buy, nice, to 30% sell ratio. So looking really strong on both of those. We have good buy sell ratios. I like what I'm seeing. $5.84 is SSR trigger point for AMC. Ape was at 2.403 and was triggered this morning. Shares available to borrow. There's a whole bunch that came in here about an hour or so ago. Fees are 17.9%, but those have not been borrowed back out yet at this point. The NASDAQ is up 0.52, Dow Jones is up 1.23, and the S&P 500 is up 1.0 or 1%. We have market actually starting to advance over decline now, swing in the other direction. We have 3,523 advancers to 3,193 decliners. As I've mentioned to you guys on many occasions, during this next month period of time, I do expect the market to be heading upwards with some volatile swings. So swings where you see price moving down really, really heavily in one portion of the day and then moving back up another portion, those kind of things are going to be very, very, very likely. VIX up 2.96%. So this is the crazy part here, guys. Check this out. The dollar is down right now 0.02. SPY is up 1.02%, and yet somehow VIX is up 2.96% for the day today. Usually that's not the case how it works out, but it is. VTI is up 0.96, IWD is up 1.06, Tesla is down 3.66, Amazon up 0.21, Cinemark up 0.51, Doge is down 2.05, Bitcoin down 1.39, GME is down 2.93, HYMC is down 3.22, Hood is up 0.11, NCMI is down 1.14, Ape is down 5.21, and AMC is down 1.77. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have roughly $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. Let's see. After 172, where did my pin go? My lordy, I lost my pin. I have no idea where my pin went. How does that happen? Did I eat it? What happened to my pin? It just disappeared. Huh. Craziest thing. Okay. Let's see here. I don't know how that happened. Pin just disappeared out of thin air. Is it behind my head? Did I put it in my hair? Where did it go? I have no idea. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. 8.57 million shares haven't been traded so far after 172 minutes. It's 173 now. Putting us on pace for 19.34 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is right between the 10 and 30 million shares that I suggested. We probably will see this come down some more, maybe see around 15 million by the end of the day. We might get some late afternoon volume that might help kind of push it up a little bit. We'll see. On the hourly, we have ignore the big mess here, but on the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46 or 49.69, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.1, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.37, which is basically average. Taking a look at Ape, we have, let's see, approximately $600,000 more in outflow than inflow. 12.39 million shares having been traded so far after 174 minutes. Putting us on pace for 27.77 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is definitely lower than the 40 to 60 million shares that I predicted in the pre-market. I am expecting a bit of a run-up in volume in the later portion of the day today, but I don't know if it'll get me back into that 40-60 range. That's it's a long shot, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe I just ended up overshooting. Taking a look at the hourly. There's an elevated amount of selling pressure here with more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at 46.76, which is slightly below average on a 30-minute interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.07, which is, 40.41 is the correct number that I should have read, and that is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.97, which is average. Looks like we got a little bit of AMC news going on here. I'm not sure. Okay, it's not really related. We were just mentioned in a news article. It wasn't really quite related. Let's see if I can figure out where AMC and Ape prices are moving to. We do have a little bit of a same kind of wedge looking on Ape. As we do for the combined price between the two. And this actually could this could roll right up this entire wedge because this wedge doesn't really close tightly until later on in the portion of the day. But this is kind of an estimated breakout point here. I probably need to do some Fibonacci retracements and look for like a key support level, which might be right around here. Actually, I'm going to move this just a tad, right there. And taking a look at AMC, we did get the break on this to the top side, like I was kind of thinking might be the case, and it happened to be right on my box. the full breakout of the pattern was right at the start of the box there. The price did fall back down temporarily back into the what looks like a bearish triangle, and then and then started heading back up. But I was mentioning to you guys before that I felt like we were seeing a little bit of falling. Actually, what did I say on this one? Well, hold on a second. Let me pull this back up here real quick. I think I was saying falling price and that was rising price. It was rising price and falling volume, so that was actually bearish looking. But I don't know. I remember specifically saying that I thought this could break upwards, and it probably had to do with the fact that Ape had triggered SSR, and usually see the relief and the pressure when the market has liquidity in order to start trading again. When it releases, everything else releases with it. But as to where this is moving currently, same kind of deal here. Yeah, same kind of deal. An ascending wedge. In order for this to break out going up, we're probably going to have to see rising volume with rising price when it gets to this box. Otherwise, it'll probably fall out going down. Same thing goes with Ape. All right. Take a deep breath, guys. I need to go to break. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to go listen to Ape Radio and see what they're talking about over there. I think I probably already missed Sylvia and all that good stuff, but I don't mind hanging out with the Ape Radio while I'm on my break and just kind of chilling with those guys for a few minutes, see what they're talking about. Remember, guys, same team. We only have. I know that. How do I want to put this? For the most part, remember that we're on the same team. We're trying to accomplish the same thing. So when you keep that in mind, and you focus on the fact that we're trying to accomplish some of the same things, and some people go about it other ways than others, then it's just a difference of opinion. I don't think that I don't think we can afford to fight a lot of battles in between ourselves without running the risk of creating a lot of division within the community. So be careful. Point Break Thor says, "How do you find Ape Radio?" If you go on Twitter, usually you can just follow like the one, and his. I'll actually link you his profile name in here so that you can just look it up. But you can just usually follow the one, and usually he posts, or Hedge. Any of those guys will post the link to it, or if they're in the chat, then you can see them. Hold on one second while I pull up his. So this is his at. I should have it memorized, but me and names. That's his Twitter handle. So, or whatever they call those, his at name. And you can follow that and then see where he's at, and you should find him in the on Twitter. Sam, are we good? Before I go to break, I just want to check. Are we good, Sam? Savvy, are we good? We all friends again? All right, cool. That's what I want to hear. I'm glad we hashed it out. That's awesome. If we can do that and still agree to just disagree and keep moving forward because we know what we're here for, then that's what matters the most. But just remember though, Sam, and I agree with Savvy, like when there is other people that are coming in, especially if they, and I'm not saying that really was Marcel, as I still haven't gotten a message from him yet, which is kind of funny, but um, if that was Marcel, just be respectful for the fact that he is somebody who's trying to create content for the community and he's trying to look out for it, whether you like him or not. He's still trying to help people out. So and as you see, I didn't agree with something that he was saying, and he didn't agree with something I was saying, but I'm still going to be cordial with them. So um, I will see you guys on the other side of my break. Nah, I understand, Sam. It's all right, man. It's okay. I understand. Look, if Al showed up, if Al from Boston shows up, you have my permission to unleash. No, I'm just kidding. But still, just be respectful of people. You know what I'm saying? That's more than anything. Just people are people. So I'll see you guys on the other side of break. And Savvy, thank you. I appreciate you for trying to police the situation. Um, that's the whole reason why I asked you guys to do what it is you're doing. So you did the right thing. And Sam, I know that didn't seem like it was right, but she was trying to step in and just try and make sure that things were staying civil. And I appreciate that. That's exactly why I have more people here doing the work that they're doing. So yes, it is my anniversary, but we celebrated over the weekend, so it's all right. See you guys in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Sandro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let me just pull up something real quick here. Here we go. Now, I've never used. Sometimes I use. Actually, I should probably rephrase this. A long, long time ago, I used to use VWAP, and that's the indicator that we're going to be covering today. I don't remember there ever being VWAP for, and some people may call it VWAP, but I always just have called it VWAP. It's just easier. But there is something called VWAP bands, and it kind of acts a little bit like Bollinger Bands. I'm not going to cover that. That's something you could probably look into for yourself. But I am gonna talk about VWAP specifically today, and I'll go ahead and give you guys the link to the website that I'm going to be using. I always tell you guys that more often than not, it's already, there's plenty of information out there that's pre-written, that there's no sense in me like trying to build up a nice breakdown on what it is that I'm going to be presenting to you guys. I can just present to you if I agree with what it is that I'm reading. But I've got VWAP pulled up on AMC currently, and I just wanted to check it just to make sure that it's how I remember. So yeah, it's kind of the gold line that's set up on here right now. We'll talk about that here right after we go over the numbers. Casey, whose WAP we talking about? I don't know. Amy's. So we'll take a look at that here. It is kind of an intraday trading indicator. So in regards to like how VWAP's going to help us specifically during the squeeze, or anything like that, I wouldn't. I would never really look at it as an indicator that's going to be helpful necessarily for that. But I do think that it is a viable indicator to use as a tool for your trading bag. And I want to kind of try and add some tools to your bag. So so that's what I'm doing, and so we'll cover that here in just a little bit. Let me go ahead and pull up. Also, real quickly, since I'm here talking about it, and before I forget about it, I bet Casey had a VWAP when the guy touched his beard. No. So talking about last Friday when I was talking about moving averages. The one thing I want to kind of mention about that is that I had talked about golden crosses, and I had said to you guys a number. I wanted to go back and do a retraction on something I'd said, uh, and I don't think anybody even caught it. So, but I want to go back and I want to kind of reverse something that I had said there. The golden cross and death cross. I think I had said 100 and 200. But it's the 50 and 100 and the 50 and the 200. So you're looking for a short-term interval and a long-term interval to cross. Some people use the 50-100, some people use the 50-200 for the golden cross going up, and then for the death cross going down, the 50 crossing the 100 or the 200, depending on who it is. Everybody does things a little bit differently. Moving averages is kind of one of those things that it depends on how you want to look at it. How do trading signals work for you, and what do you find works the best? Sometimes it may work one way better for you than another. It's hard to say. But I just wanted to go back and clarify that so that I make sure you guys know that one, because I think I said it incorrectly. And so I just wanted to make that clear. Also, what else was I going to say here? Oh, yeah, let's do the numbers. All right, I'll take you guys over to the other page here. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts. Oh, hey, here's my other pen. I just found it. It was standing straight up. That's why I didn't see it. All right. Move my mug. There we go. Need some more arm space. Thick says reverse repo. Today is 2.42 trillion with 102 counterparties. Previous was 2.265 with 100 counterparties. So going up on the counterparties, down in amount. All right. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until I'm done. You see the big tramp back up on the screen again, so hold those thoughts if you want me to see it. And in regards to two-factor authentication, consider getting that for your account, as it may help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. And while you're setting it up, make sure you set it up for a secondary phone number, just in case something happens to your primary. You can still send the code someplace else to get into your account. No sense in getting locked out. Alrighty, let me move a couple screens and we'll get right on this. I got like 10 minutes, so I gotta hurry. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. 47.43 going through off exchange for AMC. That is very, very low data for this time of the day. EDGX is at 8.79. I almost feel like this isn't accurate data, but it is. The total amount is 56.22. That's probably about 10% less than what I would expect by this time of the day. So very, very low volume. We should see price improving because of that. CHX has traded 387 shares so far. On Ape, 56.71. And let's see here. EDGX is at 9.99. Total for that is 66.7. That's actually right where I would expect it to be by this time of the day. Very normal volume. CHX has 8,010 shares traded through there so far. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was a return of 2.57 million shares on AMC. That is now being reported as 2.62. Small decrease. That's so far our short share interest of the free float showing up at 18.91%. Cost per hour average at 20.19. Shares on loan at 184.21 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease in 2.8 million shares on loan, and 927,000 of that I'm expecting to be in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago it was 1.68 million shares having been returned. It still is. Estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.96%. Cost per hour average at 8.28. Shares on loan 27.15. Day over day, that's a decrease by 500,000 shares. All of that in short interest. Let's see here. Options. As of an hour ago, at a $7 strike, our highest amount of volume was 7,500 contracts at that level. We now have 8.3 thousand contracts. On puts, the highest level of volume for strikes is at $6. It was 4.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It is now 5,000. Still indicating a closing price between, or for AMC, around somewhere between $6 and $7. The price right now of combined price of AMC and Ape is at $8.80. Looks like we did kind of break down outside this this ascending wedge. It's hard to say. I'm gonna need some more data here to figure out where we're going. It looks to me like we're just gonna trade sideways most of the rest of the day today, unless we have that late in the afternoon spike in volume that I'm kind of expecting for Ape. Orders by Fidelity customers, Ape and GME are the only ones that have been on the list for the day today. Still the case. Ape has a 68% buy to 31% sell ratio, looking good. GME has a 70% buy to 29% sell ratio, looking fine. SSR trips today for AMC at $5.84. Shares available to borrow at 2.6. They returned shares a couple hours ago and have not borrowed any since. Fees are at 17.9%. Ape did trip SSR this morning at 2.403. NASDAQ is up 0.19, Dow Jones is up 0.94, and SP 500 is up 0.71. The market is declining, though, with 3,491 decliners to 3,268 advancers. We have the VIX being up 2.32% and over 30. VTI is up 0.61, IWD up 0.76, Tesla is down 3.73, Amazon down 0.55, Cinemark's breaking even, Doge is down 2.32, Bitcoin down 1.74, GME is down 2.65, HYMC is down 1.52, Hood is down 0.15, NCMI is down 1.01, Ape is down 6.01, and AMC is down 3.03. We have currently $700,000 more in inflow than outflow for AMC, with 9.64 million shares having been traded. After 234 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 16.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested a pre-market 10 to 30 million. So looks like that'll hold. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.2, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.09, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.64, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape. So we have roughly $500,000 more on outflow than inflow for the day today, with 13.12 million shares traded so far after 235 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 21.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is way lower than I would have expected. I thought somewhere between 40 and 60. I'm still expecting a late in the day run on volume for the day today. I think we're seeing a little bit of suppression in volume, and I think I tend to think that we're going to see some larger amounts of volume being put through the market in the later half of the day today. Taking a look at the hourly. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.41, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.71, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.39, which is slightly below average. So we're getting a little bit of a retracement from where we were. Didn't quite make it up to the box that I've got here on this ascending wedge before just trading sideways out of this. Let's go ahead and see if we can figure out. I do see kind of a little bit of just kind of a standard wedge showing up here, which will be difficult to tell which way price is going to move. Yeah, let's just delete this. I want to see it hold this right here. If it can, then we may see the drop. We may see the actual break in here. Same time frame. Alrighty. We got about 3 more minutes here before I have to take a look at the numbers, or take a look at start talking about the man in the van, trying to give you guys a little bit of your crinkle for your wrinkle. Just trying to see where AMC might be heading to here. Now let's get the Bollinger Bands back up here. I'm not going to draw anything out right now. So one of the things that you're going to see, I think part of the reason why I covered some of the indicators that I covered first and I've told you this before, is that moving averages are oftentimes kind of figured into some of the other indicators that are out there. For example, like the Bollinger Band. But the volume weighted average price, or VWAP, is I think it's also another indicator that is heavily kind of incorporated into some other types of indicators that are out there. So it's good to understand some of the fundamentals. So let me see what you guys are saying real quick here before I start that. Let's see. Yucca says, I got a synthetic tool in my bag. Habitual's been going on and on and on about shilling. What the heck? You guys went on this like weird shilly kind of thing. Was I saying shill too many times or something? I probably said shill one too many times and it triggered everybody. Let's see here. I'm going to get rid of all my other stuff on the page here as I talk about this, just because I want it to be a little bit more clear. But it is 12:30 pretty much, so let's go ahead and talk about this. And again, I'm just going to be reading straight from this page here on some of the different topics. I'm not going to cover absolutely everything that's on the website that I linked above. But you've likely heard the term VWAP used by traders and chartists. This refers to a moving average indicator called the volume weight average price. This useful indicator is used by retail traders, institutional traders, and market makers in several different ways. The VWAP is displayed as a moving average line on a chart. The line is a moving average that tracks the price value traded over the total volume, usually on an intraday chart. It goes into how the VWAP is calculated, and I want to say that obviously you can just kind of look over that if you want to. I don't know that I'm going to discuss the formula necessarily. Let's see here. I'm not going to talk about the anchored VWAP. I will talk about how to use VWAP though. Most platforms have the VWAP indicator, which is usually displayed as a moving average trend line. It's important to check for the indicator on your specific brokerage charting platform as part of the how to set up your charts. The typical time frame will be intraday starting off the opening trade. Keep that in mind. VWAP works best when there is plenty of volume. Let's see here. They do have it set up on Webull as a 14 period is what it looks like it's based off of. Typical time frames. The VWAP is typically used intraday with the default settings. Many VWAP indicators also come with an upper and lower trend line, which is what I was talking about just a minute ago, the VWAP bands. And it's similar to Bollinger Bands. The intraday time frame VWAP value can change depending on the time frame of the chart. A 5-minute or 15-minute VWAP is typical when trading intraday to illustrate the trend. So if I were to come out to a 5-minute trend for the day-to-day on AMC as an example, you've got volume weighted average moving price. So the more volume that there's going to be, the more it's going to affect your movement of your average line. So if you have a large move in price in one particular direction, and actually I'm trying to think if there's something that's moved recently that I can look at to show you guys where that wouldn't be the case. But if you saw a price, if we go back to Friday, we might see a spot in here. Okay, this might actually be a good example right here. So notice how on Friday last week, as price was moving up here, it was moving up at a pretty solid pace the entire time. But the VWAP didn't really move real heavily in the first portion of it. And then you start getting some more weighted volume that came in here, and it really started increasing right at the very end of the day. Well, the reason that it came in later in the portion of the day is because it's measuring the previous 14 periods. So it took some time for these periods to outweigh the previous periods before, but you can see the massive jump up that it had at the very end of the day there. but this price movement wasn't really didn't have strong strength, I guess is what I'm looking to try to say. I've told you guys before, um, price movement on large volume is what you want, is healthy movement. Like it's real movement. Price going down with low volume or price going up with low volume, either one of those two situations are not really healthy movements. They're not indicative of what's really truly happening. So, it's something to kind of keep in the back of your mind as an idea of that this indicator right here could tell you, did this move occur on low volume? And if it did, then, and price is moving below the indicator, then you may have a situation where um, it was, kind of a false move, and it may trend back up towards the line. And in which case, we did have kind of semi-large volume going into this. So it calculated that in and start. You could see how it started dropping over time. Most of this move was done on large amounts of volume. Let's see here. It says 5 and 15 minutes are very typical. So let's take this to a 15-minute period and check and see what that looks like. Here's your 15-minute period right there. The VWAP indicator is significant for the purpose of its use. It provides a context of the price trend depending on where the stock is trading above or below. In relation to the VWAP line, a stock trading above the VWAP as the line rises indicates an uptrend and vice versa on a downtrend. For example, if AMC has a falling VWAP line, which is what we had earlier this morning, then you may want to wait for the stock price to pierce the VWAP and reverse back up to play with the trend. VWAP provides a visual basis for supply and demand based on its relation to the stock price and the direction of the trend. So in this particular case, you can see the downwards direction. So you have price moving downwards, and it was based off of high volume. So that it's saying, okay, well this volume in here is supporting the price that at those levels, and so price comes back up to meet with it. Didn't cross through. I mean, it tried to, but never actually crossed through here. And then now we're starting to perhaps maybe move back downwards in price. Not a whole lot of volume based on this, so it may hold that V line, the VWAP rate where it's at. Let's see here. This is probably a pretty good picture to show you guys right here of what to expect to see. You have anything that's trading above the line is that's trading above. Trading sideways is anything that's trading on the VWAP, and anything that's trading below is wherever the price is below the VWAP line. Entry and exit levels. This is probably another great one to kind of bring up here. Let me show you this picture as well. So on traders, one trader's support is another trader's resistance. In other words, a trader who is long a stock can use the VWAP as a target exit, and if it's trading below, traders looking to take a long position can wait for the stock to break out through the VWAP for longs or pull back and bounce off the VWAP on pullbacks. The VWAP makes for great entry and exit area if you also have the accompanying higher and lower envelopes. These can be used for entries back towards the VWAP. So here you have the VWAP line, you have the pullback, and then the bounce off where it starts to take off above it. So this is a good. This is, I think, you might want to, you could enter in here, but you could be running a little bit of a risk of price coming back down, and you wouldn't really make much. But if you see it bounce off if it supports the VWAP and continues to move upwards, it's showing a trend. So the actual, probably the best place to be buying in would be on the test, because you don't know for sure if the price is going to continue to fall back through the volume weighted average price at that point. So, because if it started to continue on down, then you wouldn't be making very much money off of your trade. In fact, you might even just break even at most or best. So you would wait for a test of the VWAP and then showing support and continuation of the trend. Pretty straightforward one. There's not much to this in regards to looking at it and trying to figure out, what the heck is this trading indicator mean? It's really, really straightforward. Price is moving up over it and it passes through, then you know you've got yourself a positive trend. If you don't, it bounces off of it, then you may have a descending trend that is going to be a continuation. Now, if the VWAP drops with it, in this particular case right now, we see price moving back up, hitting the VWAP average or the VWAP, bouncing down off of it and then heading back down, but the line's not moving with it. It may start to soon if it doesn't start to return soon, as there's some volume that's starting to pick up here. But for the most part, this is kind of suggesting, the VWAP suggesting that this may try to correct itself again and come back up, and price may meet back up with VWAP. Unless we start seeing elevated volume on price falling, then that could be a real sell-off. But there should be a bounce off that somewhere, and VWAP will come down to try and meet with it as that happens. I think that's it. Really simple indicator today. Like, didn't take more than 10 minutes to cover. Is there any questions on VWAP? There is. I guess I can pull up the VWAP bands just since I got time to show them. I've never used them, like I said before. That's kind of a new one for me. So I'm not sure if I could really comment on this other than the fact that it looks like we could kind of take a look at this and see if there's like some kind of patterns to this. Like, does price, when it moves out of the bands, does it tend to fall back into a certain range? Or actually, let me get rid of VWAP because it's kind of confusing there. So here you got VWAP, and then you've got, let me look and see what it's got set up in here. Multiplier as a 1. Okay, so I think this is a 1 standard deviation. If we did this much similar to my Bollinger Bands that I like, I wonder if that's going to change it much. It does, almost too much. Let's go with 2. And then don't forget that it resets every single day. So you see everything reset. So you see some pretty hefty price movement outside the top side here, and it comes back down, tests very similarly to how Bollinger Bands work. Price made it outside the 2 sigma Bollinger Band here, made it back down to the VWAP, supported, broke out again, and then tested it, and then fell through. Stayed within the Bollinger Bands here, or not Bollinger, but the VWAP bands. Price is just kind of maintaining that level right now. It's staying within the bands, but testing levels of support and resistance. Support being at the bottom side of the VWAP, and the top and the VWAP itself. And actually, I'm kind of curious what it says about the introduction to this. A VWAP with standard deviation bands is the VWAP indicator with 2 standard deviation bands, which could be used to identify the relation to the VWAP when price is moving. So essentially, it's basically Bollinger Bands with a VWAP volume weighted average price as your center band instead of moving average, right? So if I overlay this with a Bollinger Band, your Bollinger Band is going to be a moving average instead of a volume weighted average, which you could use these in combinations together and see where there might be like kind of crosses that occur that might signify like a trend change. If the it might be easier to see it like this. But you can see the crossover of the moving average and the VWAP occurring right here, and then you can see price falling. It'll be interesting to see, since it just printed a TD9, if price starts to move back upwards and head towards that Bollinger Band, the upper or the moving average, it'll be interesting to see if VWAP starts to come down with it, to cross back over and have moving average start heading back towards a crossover. It'll be interesting to see. I don't really, I don't play with these too often, so I don't use them. You can see here on your VWAP, you've got price moving upwards and VWAP stair stepping its way up. Moving average kind of crosses for just a little bit right here, and price does come down in that area. Strength, resistance. It's a little too late on a signal on this thing because it's already happened. but what that does tell you though is, and this is actually a great example from last Thursday. You have price moving up on large amounts of volume down here, right? You can see large amounts of volume, and so VWAP goes up. But price comes suddenly falling back down on low volume compared to where it was from before, and you see VWAP holding it's holding its line. It's almost like it's OBV, right? On balance volume. If the volume doesn't support the idea of the direction of the price movement, then it's a fake. It's almost like it's a fake move in price, right? It's not really. It's not being supported by volume. So that means price will likely move back up towards the VWAP line. So, but this is an intraday indicator, something you look on only within the day. Probably lower time bands like 5 to 15 minutes. Joe says, long time ago, last month, laugh out loud. When I didn't know what I was doing, I would buy below VWAP, sell above VWAP. It's true that that's how I started trading during lockdowns. Hey man, it happens. It's a learning process for every single one of us. We all get into we get into the stock market, and you got to learn. There is a definite learning curve to it, and the trick, Joe, is to just never make sure you're always investing with money that you can afford to, make mistakes with. You know what I'm saying? Like just always mitigate risk at all possible costs, especially when you're learning. Paper trade, that's always fun to do. I think the game that I was talking about putting together will kind of give everybody a great chance to see multiple different types of trading styles amongst each other. And we can have some of the people who are playing the game kind of talk about some of their trading strategies. I think that would be kind of fun to do. Some of the more successful traders on the game, having them come on and just talk about what it is that they're seeing, or why they were successful. And of course, if nobody wants to talk about it, then they don't have to. It should be all volume, Rivik. So see, that's one of the reasons why I say volume is such a great indicator, because they don't hide volume. The volume still shows up no matter what. If it's whether it's a lit exchange or it's an off exchange, the volume is always there, right? So price movement, even though the price didn't necessarily move off of an off exchange trade, the volume still moves. So the price movement that is seen should all be based off of the volume that's seen, and it's really really important to remember that volume is such a huge indicator as to what's truly happening to the stock, right? Because if price is falling and volumes and volume is there, that's bullish. The reason it's bullish is because you're getting close to the end. There's a real sell-off, and so that's when you want to accumulate, right? If you're going to be smart money accumulates when price is running down. You have bullish, you have both. Price falling, volume falling, that's a real sell of shares going into the market and saying, nope, this isn't worth this price. It needs to be worth less. And so you're going to accumulate at the bottom, and then you want to distribute on the way up. So if you're going to be smart money, you want to do it the same exact way that they do it. And so you're trying to find those heavy volume push downwards, because that's where the real money is. It's when it gets to the point to where it's oversold and there's real volume supporting the oversold. Now, if there's bad news about the company and it's selling off and it's showing a real sell-off, then that's a different story. Because then you could be running into a situation where you see a big sell-off, and if you start trying to accumulate and the company's just not doing well, and it's just going to continue to fall, then you're going to have problems. And I so badly want to show you like an example of that, but you know, I don't do that. But yeah, so Harry Parrot VWAP is actually, like I said, I used to use this was like one of my main go-tos. I really did like VWAP a lot. It's a great indicator for momentum and understanding which way the price is going to move if you're trading um, a lot of trades in a single day. But if you're just long-term holding, VWAP's not going to be for you. You're not going to really care. You're looking at other indicators that don't really, it might matter to you when you decide to sell and like trying to pick like the right time to exit your position. I guess what I would say is this. I will say this. If you want to know when is a good time to be able to sell your shares in a squeeze play, VWAP would be a great indicator to use to know that there's buying pressure happening. Because if price is moving above the VWAP, then you know that there's buying pressure. And if you're selling, if you're dead set on selling at that point in time, selling into buying pressure is probably one of the most ideal things that you can do because it helps to get your orders placed and actually go through. During times of high volume, getting those orders sold is going to be key, absolutely key. So you want to, VWAP could come into play once you've made that decision that it's time to exit your position. You could look at it and say, okay, is this a good time to sell right now? Is VWAP, is it showing me that there's a downtrend happening? Is this going to good, like, are you going to be able to sell on this? Like right here, like if you were to choose to sell right now, you're not going to sell on this. This is trash. You're not going to get your orders sold. Like this price is moving down. There's no hardly any volume. Nobody wants to buy. You're not going to get your orders to go through. So you're not going to try for this. This is a no-go. You want to sell when volume is at least holding its own, or maybe even increasing, and price is moving up. Those are the times when you want to sell. That's how you get those orders to go through quicker. I've never played with VWAP bands like I said before, so I don't know. I think the reason that they have it set up on a 1 sigma instead of a 2 sigma on this is because intraday, when this resets every single time, it's probably pointless to have anything less than 1 in here. So data outside the bands probably, let me think about this for a second. Data outside the bands on a 1 sigma should mean that price is undervalued. Like the volume doesn't support the price moving like this, the way that it's where it's at right now. But I usually just watch Bollinger Bands. Banj. Is there a combo of indicators you like, such as VWAP and RSI plus volume equals good stuff? So for me, Arthur, I mean, it's basically what you're seeing on the screen right now. Volume, vortex indicator, RSI. Those are what I prefer. Now, some people read MACD uh, way more efficiently than I do. I can't stand it, man. MACD throws me off for some reason, and I've told you the story why that is, I think. But I'm just saying, vortex indicator for me is so much easier to read, and if it gets the job done, it gets the job done, and if it works for you, then great. But if you can read MACD and it works out for you just fine, and you see as a great indicator, use it. Really, really, whatever makes you the most successful is what you should use. And my only goal with everything that is that I'm showing you guys is you can use these as tools, use them as tools to see if it helps you to make time or make fake trades like paper trades, using some of these indicators and see how well you do with them. It doesn't hurt to play around and kind of hone your skills. We got about 7 more minutes. I did, when I was on break, guys, I went and listened to, what was her name? Sylvia. Sylvia. She was in a different space call talking to David versus Goliath and a couple of other people that were over in a different space call. And so I went and listened to that one just to see what she was saying. Essentially, what she's saying is that, and I think she's trying to allude to, is that there's absolutely tons of these swaps that have occurred into these different types of. I'm trying to remember what the word was that she used for it. I'm not going to remember. I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe if you guys want me to, I can reach out to her and see if she wants to come and talk about it. Maybe I can convince her to see if she wants to just come and talk, and I don't know. But the one thing that I did hear her say though is that, and I can't agree more, is that the DD is never done. I can't. There, it'll never be done, guys. The DD is not done, and I agree. And she's basically trying to say like we need to have more eyes on where they're making these swaps. I don't know that it's going to matter. I mean, knowing where the shares are being held at, I guess would help you potentially to know when they're unraveling things, to see something happening there maybe. But I also think that you'll see that in the reverse repo. I think there's other big news that you'll probably see happening when things starts to unravel. Slider MV says, I like anchored VWAP even better at key inflection points. Gives good support and I think you meant resistance from tops and bottoms. I don't know on Weeble if you can use anchored, and that's why I didn't talk about it. And I don't even know that I've ever used an anchored VWAP before, so I'm not an expert in that, or not even an average. I don't think I've ever used an anchored VWAP. That's why I kind of skipped over that a little bit. Yeah, I wonder, when I was pulling up the indicators that are listed on actually, you know what? Let me just check edit indicators. See, I see VWAP and VWAP bands, but I don't see any kind of. I don't see any anchored VWAP, but I could see why that would. I could see why that would be a good. Essentially, being able to anchor your trading point, or not your trading point, but your monitoring point of volume. And I'll just read that where it says an anchor VWAP starts calculating from a selected starting period by the user. There's a number of reasons for using an anchored VWAP, like trying to normalize a price due to large price gap or up or down. I guess some place where that might really be useful is like, for example, our dividend that we had. When we had our dividend, that had a major price drop due to some of the valuation being lost. What is up with the shill stuff, guys? Like, explain to me what's going on there. Why are you guys so shillery today? Joe says, sorry, I have to go with the Astros from Texas. You guys are yucking it up. Yeah, Hillary Clinton. What is up with you? Casey Schill. You guys are like full of puns today, man. Björk says, "What's up? I was promised MOASS today." I don't know who promised you that. Certainly wasn't me. Tank Dog says, "Casey, why do you think there is such an attack on AMC and Ape with the market going up?" I mean, is it? So I mean, as you look at it, right, the SPY's up right now. I get it, right? Like overall, the SPY's up for the day to day. But if you look at like what's actually happening on my watch list, which I don't think you can see unless I take you to this page, but literally like everything is red on my page here that I monitor, except for the only things that are green are VIX, which should mean that the market's red. VTI and IWD, which are two, it's BlackRock's and Vanguard's large cap Russell 1K large cap ETFs. So that tells me that all the stocks that are out there, the ones that are probably likely that are up right now, that are causing the SPY to be up at all, is probably large caps. There's some large caps out there that are probably doing well enough to make the market look like it's doing better than it actually is. But I'd have to go pull up some more ETFs just to see if that's truly and honestly the case. Like IWM. If IWM is, nope, IWM's breaking even pretty much. It's 0.06. Let me see what the small cap is. Is it BLK? BLK. Even that's up 2.33%. That can't be what it is. Hold on a second. I should probably look at the ETF one. IWV. That's up 0.75. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just, let's see. I mean, currently it looks like there's more decliners than there are advancers, so my guess is that there's some sectors that are just doing, the top performers in certain sectors are doing really, really well. But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say the whole market's doing well right now. I mean, there's obviously more decliners than there are advancers. Doug's saying strong heartbeat and she moves a lot. They say healthy baby, so that's good, man. It's good to hear about your daughter. Bjork, you're so angry today. I don't think I've seen you with this much passion before. Well, I'll tell you what, Bjork, you're probably here for the numbers, so I'll go through the numbers and see if that makes you any more relaxed. But before I do, I'm going to give you a little bobblehead Ross moment here so you can just kind of take a deep breather. Ready? Ready? Here we go. In breath. Out breath. In breath. Out breath.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
There you go. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here, guys. I'm going to take you to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing so long as the big tramp's gone. So hold those thoughts for just a few minutes while I talk to you about your car insurance. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be pretty messed up if I just like broke out into like a random commercial. That'd actually be kind of funny. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, let's see, an hour. Well, we're at currently 48.97% of our volume going through the off exchange for AMC, and EDGX is at 8.54. When we have really low volume, guys, a lot of times the need to suppress volume is not there, right? So low volume, no need for dark pools. We've got 57.51% of our volume going through those exchanges. Very, very low data. I would expect it to be at least 9% more. CHX showing 2,389 shares going through that. For Ape, on the other hand, it's looking a little more realistic to a normal day. 57.38 and off exchange EDGX is at 10% for a grand total 67.38%. It's about right where it should be for a normal day. And taking a look at CHX, we got 8,010 shares going through that exchange. Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was 2.62 million shares having been returned for the day-to-day. It's now 2.72. It's going to have a slight decrease in estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.89%. Cost of borrow average at 20.19. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down by 2.8 million shares, and I'm estimating about 927,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed to 184.21 million shares on loan. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.68 million shares having been returned. No change. Currently, the short share interest of the free float's at 6.95%. Cost per average at 8.28. Shares on loan was a decrease day over day by 500,000 shares. It's now sitting at 27.15 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of volume is currently at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there was 8.3 thousand contracts. There's now 8.7. On puts, we've got highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike. It went from 5,000 contracts to 5.6. And currently, the combined price of AMC and Ape is sitting at $8.81. I still don't know where this is going, guys. I mean, we're kind of playing a bouncing game off of $8.70 right now. And I am expecting higher amounts of volume to show up for Ape in the end portion of the day. So we'll see if that happens or not, but we could see a late in the day run here. AMC versus Ape and GME. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has not been on the list all day long today. Ape and GME, however, have been. Ape showing up here at 68% buys at 31% sales, looking strong. Ape is 70% buys at 29% sales, looking also strong too. SSR trips at $5.84 for AMC. For Ape, it already did trip today at 2.403. Shares available to borrow for the last couple hours has not changed. And fees are currently at 17.9%. NASDAQ is up 0.38, Dow Jones is up 1.23, and the S&P 500 is up 0.96. We currently have 3,410 decliners to 3,383 advancers, as market's like almost trading even right now. We have the VIX up 1.72, VTI is up 0.83, IWD is up 0.96, Tesla is down 3.4, Amazon down 0.32, Cinemark down 0.1, Doge is down 2.17, Bitcoin's down 1.37, GME is down 0.83, HYMC is down 2.36, Hood is down 0.15, NCMI is down 0.35, Ape is down 5.81, and AMC is down 2.65. Inflow versus outflow. Let's see, 290. One second. $280 minutes worth of trading so far. Is that right? Sounds right. That's 110 minutes. That's correct. Okay. Let's see here. We've traded for approximately 280 minutes for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here for AMC. 10.87 million shares traded so far, putting us on pace for 15.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We'll likely see that be very, very close to being accurate. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million, and I'll probably be right on that one, but Ape's going to be a different story. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.13, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.93, which is just slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.76, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ape, we currently have more outflow than inflow by $800,000. 13.93 million shares traded so far. Way less volume than I would have anticipated. And we're only on pace for 19.4 million. We started out the day with a pace of like 58 million share traded pace. To see it drop down to 20 million, I just don't know what to say. I mean, that's very, very, that's a lot. To start off with pace at 60 and see it drop down to 20 by this time of the day, that's a lot to drop by. So volume suppression definitely happening. My guess was going to be 40 to 60 million. So way off. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.2, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.57, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence that looks like it's currently happening with RSI at 49.77, which is average. Let's see, where are we heading off to here? I think we're getting break right here. We may see the break to the top side right here. And for Ape, I don't know on this one. Yeah, that's probably about the best I can do. Alrighty, guys. So here's what I do. I need to go out and buy some groceries because I kind of want to make the wife a nice. She does have to work tonight, so I want to make her like a nice meal tonight before she goes in, and I don't have all the ingredients that I need to get for the nice meal. So I think I'm gonna go grab some stuff real fast. So, and that'll take me just a few minutes longer than normal for my break. So, I mean, I should, if I leave right now, I should still be able to get back by 2:10. Oh, the emergency meeting's on right now. Who's holding it? Where can I find it? Do you guys have a link? Oh, it's China? Hold up a second here. So the only things I'm showing right now from the White House, anyways, is a press briefing by the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which would be in like 45 minutes from now. What are you guys seeing? Do you have a link to anything that's showing it? Arrests of Chinese perps in America? Interesting. Let's see here. Oh, Boss Blunts is streaming it. All right, cool. Go check Boss Blunts out. I'm gonna go to break anyways. I'm gonna go pick up some food so I can cook it a little bit later here, and so go check out Boss's Blunts. Since he's streaming it, he's got it all set up already. That is perfect. Let me set up the message and then I'm gonna take a break. Alrighty. It's the DOJ. Yeah, I didn't pull it up. That's all right. I'll see you guys back at 2:10, almost an hour from now, like 50 minutes from now. So I'll see you guys in just a bit.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Oh man, I just noticed, guys. I apologize. I left you on Ape and Ape the whole time. I was gone to go pick up the food. I just noticed when I got back. Sorry about that. So I did listen to the Fed. Well, it's not the Fed. It's the shoot. I don't know who that was. Hold on a second. It's on my phone here. Who is this? Department of Justice, the DOJ. Talking about basically how they got a couple international spies from China. Didn't really seem like all that big of a deal, news-wise. Just more catching of people trying to spy. That's it. Same old, same old. What's new? Let's see here. So let's take a look at what's going on. Before we do, let's toast out the day here. Let's see here. Well, I know what I'm toasting to. I mean, it seems like the most logical thing to toast to, honestly. To my wife. To my wife, my hero, for everything that she does that allows me to be here to do what it is that I do. My friend. Cheers. To another 7. Cheers. That was good. Hopefully she gets to hear that. I don't know if she will or not. Hopefully she does. Take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts until after I get done running through these numbers here real quick. I'm going to log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, make sure you're setting up your account with maybe 2 phone numbers so you can have a backup secondary in case something should happen. Alrighty. Happy anniversary, hun. I hope she hears this. I doubt she's going to be watching it, but you never know. It's there for historical reasons. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange, we got 49.92% of our volume going through the off exchange on AMC, which is low. EDGX is 8.38 for a total of 58.3%. That's probably around 8% lower than normal. CHX has 2,502 shares traded through there. Let's see, for off exchange for Ape, we have 57.8% of our volume going through there. EDGX at 9.68 for a grand total 67.48. That's maybe 1.5% higher than normal. And CHX is showing up as 8,014 shares. Let's take a look at Ortex. Let's see here. And as of an hour ago on Ortex for AMC, there was 2.72 million shares having been borrowed. It's now, or returned rather. There's now 2.82. That's going to not really change anything on the short share interest. The free float at 18.9%. Cost bar averages at 20.3 day over day. We had about 2.8%, 2.8 million shares that were returned, and that was about 927,000 in new returned short interest. And shares on loan sitting at 184.21 million. For Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 1.68 million shares having been returned. It is now showing up as 754,000 shares, so that's an additional borrowing since an hour ago. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.05%. Cost bar average is 8.42. Shares on loan at 27.15. Day over day, that's a decrease of 500,000 shares in short interest. Taking a look at options. At a $7 strike price for calls, there was an 8.7 thousand contract volume for the day. It was now 9.3. On puts, it's at 6.8. Sorry, for puts, it's a $6 strike. There was 5.6 thousand contracts an hour. There's now 5.8. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio, but it is indicating a closing price somewhere between $6 and $7 for AMC. And currently we see a combined price of AMC and Ape at $8.92. With that value currently, I'm the only one who would not make it. I gotta hit $8.95. Man, I almost want $8.75 too. And then I was like, nah, I'm gonna up it a little bit. It's gonna be close for me. May not make it. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, Ape and GME have been on the list all day today, but not AMC. Ape is still on the list. GME is still on the list. Ape has a 67% buy to 32% sell ratio. Looking good. GME's got a 69% nice to 30% buy sell ratio. Also looking very good. SSR did not trip today on AMC. That would have been at $5.84. Shares having been borrowed is at the same value it was earlier, and fees are 17.9%, no change. Ape did trigger SSR at $2.40, and the trigger point was 2.403. Amazingly bouncing off of that. NASDAQ is up 1.14, Dow Jones is up 1.67, the S&P 500 is up 1.53. We currently have 3,696 advancers to 3,143 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. We have the VIX up 1.92. Very interesting to see the market up and the VIX up as well. VTI is up 1.37. IWD is up 1.36. Tesla is down 1.15. Amazon is up 0.72, Cinemark is up 0.15, Doge is down 1.29, Bitcoin is down 0.86, GME is down 1.38, HYMC is down 2.61, Hood is up 0.64, NCMI is down 0.99, Ape is down 4.52, and AMC is down 1.46. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have about $800,000 more inflow than outflow for AMC, with 12.25 million shares traded, with approximately, let's see here, 42 minutes left to trade. So 348 minutes have traded so far. Putting us on pace for about 13.72 million shares traded by the end of the day today. 10 to 30 million was the prediction that I gave. We will hit that one. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.2, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.17, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.13, signaling over. Almost signaling over bot. It's just above average right now, though. Taking a look at Ape, we have approximately $700,000 more in outflow than inflow. 14.95 million shares traded so far. Putting us on pace for 16.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is way under the volume number that I had predicted at 40 to 60. Very, very, very unusual to see that much volume in the pre-market and not get a return out of it. I mean, we had 250,000 shares about 7 a.m. On our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and we just got nothing. I mean, we had more volume than this last week on Friday, and didn't even get a signal this big. So I don't know. Don't know what to say here. Volume was heavily suppressed. We currently have on the hour more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.88, which is just below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.64, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.24, which is above average. Got a little bit of like ascending barcoding on AMC. Slow purchasing. Not even sure what to call that. And the order books are just really, especially apes, these things are starting to get loaded up here. Starting to look like good old Highcroft's order book. Here we go. Highcroft's over here with these high amounts of orders. $642 is the value that I said we needed to maintain for the day on AMC, and we're right at 641. 680 was the preferable number that I wanted to see us push through. $3.44 was the number that I needed to see us move up to on Ape in order for there to be some heavy buying pressure. Didn't even come close to that. Looks like we're starting to get that volume, that late afternoon volume rush here. Alrighty. I mean, that's really what it looks like. Thick says, yay, we're going home. That's what it really does kind of look like, doesn't it? Ken, you're missing his tweets then, because he's got a lot of tweets out there. Diaz, I'm doing good. How you doing? Growing bullish divergence. What indicator? I mean, I don't know if you were looking. I was kind of looking at moving averages, estimated moving averages, actually. Actually, it could have been weighted moving averages. I forget which one I was looking at. Let's just see. I can't remember which ones it was I was looking at. I want to say it was. I want to say I was looking at it on. Pretty sure I was looking at on TradingView. I'm pretty sure there's oh, there it is, EMA. So I've got the 50, the 100, and the 200 set up on here right now. And if you go to the daily on that and zoom in, get rid of all the other junk that we got in here. Was it not the daily? I thought it was the daily. It could have been maybe it was the weekly. No. I don't remember what it was I was looking at. I'm pretty sure I thought I was looking at the daily, but maybe it wasn't 50 100. Maybe I was looking at the 1348 100. Let me just check and see. You know what? No, it was the weighted moving average is what it was I was looking at. I'm pretty sure. Oops. So if you go to the weekly, this might have been the one I was referring to. I don't remember if it was the weekly or the daily, but there was a bullish divergence occurring on, maybe it was Ape. Could have been Ape. I don't remember which one it was. I was looking at it last week and just sitting there thinking to myself like, wow, I don't see it now. I'm looking at it now and I don't see it. Kyle, I don't think we expect Q3 earnings to be all that good. In fact, I think Aron was predicting Q3 earnings to be bad at the beginning of the year. So we've expected Q3 earnings to be poor. It's the Q4 earnings that we're really going to be excited about. For Amy, let's see here. Hold on a second. Maybe kind. I mean, it's not really, but you're talking about right here. Not really. Tank Dot says, I feel like AMC has been in this price range for weeks now. Do you think a move up or down out of here is coming soon? Not until, I mean, we are on kind of a little bit of an upwards trend, Tank Dog, with the rest of the market, but we're going to do what the rest of the market does until those margin calls come through, man. It's not going to change. There's nothing that's going to change that. You're literally just waiting for margin calls to come rolling through. And until those happen, it's just going to be us moving with the market. Yeah, I know, right? Funky Pizza, VIX and SPY both up. It is kind of weird. That's weird, Anthony. I mean, I would have to see what I mean, you're gonna have to argue with the. So first off, Anthony, the first thing is I never really look at that because your average cost basis is going to be for taxation purposes. I quite frankly don't ever look at that. I would only have a broker, or not a broker, but a CPA looking at that information when it comes time to sell, and if there's something wrong with it, he can always dispute it. But it doesn't affect me in any kind of way. Like I don't ever look at cost average basis and look at that number and go like, "Ooh, wow, it makes no difference to me whatsoever. It's only for taxes." So I quite frankly I don't understand why anybody flips out about it. It means nothing. It shouldn't mean anything to the average investor. Justin, I have not heard anything. If it is going up, Francis, I feel like everybody always comes in and says if short interest is being closed, then why is price going? You're looking at the overall average price of the day, but look at the trends. look at the trends on the. I mean, you gotta know that daily. You can't just look at it on a daily basis and say like, oh, we had closing of short interest, but price is going down. No, it's not. We're up. We're up from 280. We were down to $1.48 on Ape, and we were down to $5.47 on AMC. We're up. I don't understand why people look at it on a daily basis and go like the percentage is down today. That must mean that we're moving down while short interest is closing. No, no, that's not right. We're moving upwards. It's just there's always going to be some pullbacks as price is moving upwards. The trend is up. Look at the bigger picture. Don't look at like like stop trying to look at like single daily movements and being like, oh, this must mean that, things are not happening the way they're supposed to. Look at the bigger picture. Look at where price has been and where it's moving to. Yeah, I agree, Anthony. The cost basis, well, kind of, sort of. Your true cost basis should be whatever you bought in at originally, but it's going to change for those ape shares because if you bought in at multiple different times, then it's going to have some kind of weird calculation for it. Which is again another reason why I say I would never ever try to figure something out like that because if you bought during multiple periods of time at different prices, your cost basis is going to be all, or if you sold shares even, it's gonna cause everything to look all kind of weird. But yeah, our price, we're looking up. You pull out to the hourly, take away all this junk that I got on here, we're up. There's 547 down there. This is a nice healthy trend upwards. I can't draw it because I got all my lines on the page. But I mean, you can see the trend though. Like we are absolutely trending upwards right now. And yeah, there's always going to be, there's always going to be those pullbacks. You can't, I mean, that's just natural market movement, right? Every single day is going to provide a different move in price. You're not going to have consistent, like just always ripping. That's all right, Francis. It's not. It's weird though, because I get that question like so often. It's so weird that like people are like, well, short interest is going. If they're closing short interest, then shouldn't price be moving up? And it's like, it is. Every time I get asked the question, I always have to respond with like, well, but it is. It is moving up. It's just today we had a down day, you know? Price will always stair step its way up and stair step its way down. Even in like even in things like DWAC. You remember DWAC when it had that like straight up, straight down kind of thing? If you were to look at it a smaller time frame, like on a minute scale basis, it's always going to be doing these, kind of stair step patterns where the price is moving up, coming back a little bit down, moving up, coming back a little down. It steps its way upwards. Let's talk about. Oh shoot, it's trivia time. Yep. No. I just realized, Jabibs. Right as you wrote that, I was actually realizing it's trivia time. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for the Power Hour Trivia Hour? Let me come up with a question real quick for the bonus question because I didn't think about that since I was out buying food. Give me 1 second while I look at that information real quick here. All right, I think I know what I'm going to do for a question. Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Everybody hit one, or give me a ready when you're ready. Make sure you hit. Oh wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta tell everybody in the comment section. Hit one. Hit live for movie trivia. Okay, we got a bunch of ones coming in here. All right, here we go. Thank you for reminding me. I was actually remembering right when you put it in there too. Let's see here. Gordon Gekko famously uses a bulky Motorola 8000X Dynatec mobile phone in what 1980s movie named after Manhattan Street? Olin Smith for the first point. What 2002 sports drama starring Dennis Quaid follows the real-life story of Jim Morris? Oh, you know what? I think I asked this question already. Scratch that one out. What spell in the world of Harry Potter is used to unlock and open doors? No, it is not abracadabra, Joe. Nikki 89 for the win, for the point on that. All right, next one. Let's see here. Known in part for performing his own stunts in stage combat, what British actor co-stars along Dwayne Johnson in the Fast and the Furious spin-off Hobbs and Shaw? Habitual line holder. Congratulations on your first point there. Let's see here. Scheduled for an October 11 release, El Camino is a Netflix-produced film set as a sequel to to celebrate what TV series? This is a TV one. I shouldn't have included this, but yeah, that's right. John Hannaford got it. I like that TV series, guys. If you have not seen it, you got to see that. Breaking Bad is my favorite. I tried to get my wife to watch it, and she wouldn't watch it. uh, in the season 8 episode of Seinfeld, The Little Kicks, Jerry and Kramer filmed bootleg copies of movies for Kramer's friend for what B name? In the season 8 episode of Seinfeld, The Little Kicks. I don't know why we're doing TV stuff now. It suddenly switched to TV stuff. In the season 8 episode of the Seinfeld, The Little Kicks, Jerry and Kramer filmed bootleg copies of movies for Kramer's friend with what B name? Maybe I should just take this one out. It's not even movie related. Who cares? Nah, you know what? Maybe we should just take this one out. It's not even movie related. Who cares? Nobody cares on this one. Yeah, let's just pass this one. Nobody's going to get it. All right, let's pass on this. Mistress of Evil in the subtitle of an October 2019 Disney film release, which is a sequel to the 2014 live-action film starring Angelina Jolie in the titular role as what Sleeping Beauty villain? Yes, censored content. Our winner from last week. First mentioned in the Goblet of Fire, what is the name for a magically enchanted object in the Harry Potter universe that allows for apparitionless transportation of multiple people at once upon touching the object? Transportation of people. No, not a Horcrux. That's what I was thinking too. But yes, Belle Biv DeVoe got it. I gotta see how to spell your name here. All right. Let's see. Next question. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 4 more to go here, plus the bonus. In the iconic film The Wizard of Oz, what did the lion want to attain from the wizard? That's an easy one, guys. Somebody can get this. Courage for censored content. That is correct. 2 points. The previous answer to the question before that was Portkey. The pre-production name of Gutsy Arota didn't make the cut, so the name of the movie featuring Mel Gibson as William Wallace was instead named what? Pantheon for the win. Look at that. Welcome, Pantheon. Good to see you. And let's see here. What's next? Name the greatest female star of classic Hollywood cinema by the American Film Institute. What nationality was actress Katharine Hepburn? Joe Ponce for the win. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more question here besides the that I know. I mean, some people might think she was like British or something. I don't know. Let's see. I can't even read that. Let's see. Let's see. That's another Harry Potter. Do we want another Harry Potter? Let's not. Named in part for the color of the Confederate flag, what was the name of the Scarlet and Rhett's child in Gone with the Wind? It's another B one. Ooh, I just gave part of the answer. Red. Starts with a B. Francis Boyce for the answer is correct. Alrighty. Now for the bonus question. Here we go. This is in regards to VWAP. VWAP is most commonly used as a what type of day indicator? One day at a time. Nice. Intraday for Thick. Thick wins. Barely beating out, by the way. Cassius came in with intraday like fractions of a second after Thick. But Thick does win the point for intraday. That is correct. And that's 2 points, rather, not just one. So congratulations to Thick. Censored content. You guys both are leading the week with 2 points for the day. And you are Thick. By the way, you're up against the number one contestant for last week, who's defending his reign. Nice job today. Excellent job, y'all. You did great. Let's hear a little bobblehead Ross here and what he has to think about your performance.
Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents.
It's so true. Oh, Domainer says my Google was slow today. Yeah, you got to make sure you hit live. If you hit that live button, if you don't hit it, you might be trailing behind a little. Looks like I'm not going to get a price prediction tally point for the day today, guys. It's 885. We need 10 more cents up for me to be able to win a point for the day. So this is not good. Jabibs, take care. Kathy says, ask me ones I know. It would be funny if I told you guys to come up with like your own list to like put up for movie questions, but of course then it would all, I'd have to trust your answers. Arthur, take care, man. Actually, Yukon, I saw a TikTok video just last night with that. Some dude was playing that joke on his coworker, and the coworker got kind of angry. Nikki wants geography questions. Nikki, the only reason that would actually work for you is because everybody here in the U.S. has no idea where anything's at. Like we're probably, as a nation, we're probably some of the worst at geography compared to the rest of the world. It's kind of sad. Joe says, "How about history questions?" I could ask you we could do like an AMC history questions day where we talk about, the past history on AMC. Yeah, Z Wade, I know. There's definitely rarities out there, but for the most part, like in the US, like it's pretty bad, man. People just do not know where things are located, and I'm probably one of them. Pantheon and Joe said that would be good. We could do that one day. I could try that tomorrow if I can remember to put the questions together. The unfortunate thing is that it'll take us a lot longer to get through history of AMC questions because you guys are gonna have to go look up the answers. Because I don't know that you guys. I actually asked. I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but for Christmas last year, I asked questions and then I mailed out a Christmas gift to everybody who won. But I asked some Christmas gift questions and then mailed everything out. Even actually, it's kind of funny. I didn't ever even thought about this, but um, y'all who got those, you're actually gonna be able to use them for this Christmas. I sent everybody when I used to drink beers. I would send them. I made some bottle caps, ornaments by hand, and then I put Christmas Casey Christmas 2021, and then sent those out, and everybody got them. Like majority of the people who won were actually like overseas, so a lot of people got them way later than January or December. Was kind of funny, but not funny. Hey, Pantheon, if you want to put questions together for me, that works. You'll have to disclude yourself. Everybody's gonna start paying Pantheon. Everybody wants to pay you Pantheon for the answers. It's a way to earn an income. I hope you can get that one thick. Censored content says I fully approve of Pantheon's Canadian content questions. Nikki asked Pantheon if he's got Cash App. Oh, I know, Z Wade. You have no idea how much it cost me. Like my wife and I, and all I was sending people were a bottle cap, right? A bottle cap that had a ribbon, and I drilled holes through every single one of the bottle caps, and then put this nice looking ribbon through it, and it was cute. It was cool. Probably not really a manly thing, but I sent these ornaments to everybody who had won, and it was only about, I think there might have been like 15 winners or something like that. And I sent them all out, and I think I paid over $50 on sending bottle caps. And I was like, never again. No offense to you guys and who won last year, but I just couldn't fathom the idea of spending $50 to send out bottle caps. I was like, this is, and then I had to, and then for everybody who was overseas, I had to fill out a, um, shoot, what do they call those things? When you, son of a gun, I can't think of what they're called. A declaration of what's inside the package. And I can't. There you go. Z-Wade got it. Customs report. I had to fill out a customs report for every single one of those. And if you know what kind of person I am, it was a labor of love to go in there and fill out those custom forms of what was in the inside of that thing. I was like, come on, man. All this extra paperwork for a stupid bottle cap. I'm like, give me a break. This is the most ridiculous thing ever. You don't understand like how bad I wanted to give up on that whole thing. I was just like, nope, nope. I said I was gonna do it. I'm sending it. It was definitely a labor of love for sure. I know, Francis, every time I go to the dentist or a doctor's office and I have to fill out those forms, it's like it's I might as well be having my teeth pulled because that's how painful it is for me because I can't stand there. I can't stand sitting there filling out those papers for the umpteenth time. It's like nothing changed. If I told you there was something that changed, just go off of what last year's was. Don't make me refill all this stuff out again because nothing changed. Tony excludes overseas persons from his competitions. You know what though, Kathy? It didn't even matter. Even sending the stuff in the country was a pain too. Yeah, the crazy things we do, right, Z Wade? It was worth it though, I'm sure. I'm sure you enjoyed sending it out, and I'm sure he enjoyed getting it. Oh, did we talk about Z Wade? Did we talk about how I enjoy? Yeah, we did talk about that. I enjoyed the brick pictures. Thank you, man. You didn't have to do that, and but you did, and thank you. That was really cool. Z-Wade did a video. He did a photo shoot one day while he was in the middle of town, and he's got these. His town has these brick streets that, from a photography perspective, I can only envision like you know, this great ground shot of the bricks and then the scenery of the kind of oldish town. And he ended up doing some of those pictures, and they looked really, really good. He went back out to redo them because I said, "Man, I can't believe you didn't get a picture of some of the bricks." And then he waited for the right day to go do it, and he took some pictures, and they looked really good. You didn't have to do that, but it was cool though. I think they turned out really well. The only thing I was hoping for was like I don't know. I kind of figured that there might be like moss growing out of the bricks. I didn't see any moss anywhere because that's always like cool to get the moss in there. But there was no moss. I was like looking in the picture. I was like, "There's no moss. Why don't you guys have mossy streets?" Nikki, take care. Just throwing this out there because I probably should just make a mention of this. Today's song is by Blue October. The name of the title of the song is "This Is What I Live For." My wife and I went to a Blue October concert this weekend, and that was kind of one of the songs that kind of stood out to me. Then I told her, I said, "You know what? I'm playing that one for the live stream on Monday." And I don't know what it was. It was just kind of one of those ones where it was like I kind of figured Monday would end up being a down day, and there was something about the song that just kind of stood out to me, and it was just I was sitting there going like, you know what? That feels like me. Feels like us. No, no dude war. Orv says, I was told this is a Wendy's. Please pull forward. Yukon, Yukon is saying, is it true that Genghis Khan has 16 million living descendants? I've heard something about how there's a lot of descendants of Genghis Khan out there, apparently. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but I guess nowadays we believe everything on the internet, so who cares? Swab the inside of your mouth and find out you're a Genghis Khan family member. Why not? All right, guys. It's been a good day. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's not all that bad. It could be way, way, way worse. We got 4 more days to go, so eat, sleep, and drink, because tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go walk your pets, because they like to get outside too, and go see a movie. Mondays are not bad days to see movies. Nobody ever goes. So you can get some good seats. But above all else, guys, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and as.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
It's what I live for. Falling on top of my my shoulder again. It's what I live for. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.